PKA 589. We're expecting Harley to join us soon. He's running a little late. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lucy, Blue Chew, and of course Lock and Load and all of Derek's wonderful products. You can check all of that down below.
Makes your dick work good.
Makes your dick work so good. You're going to get hard and you're going to come hard. Like they did in the Old West. But Harley's coming later, and I am very excited to talk to him about his training for his boxing match against the devious, insidious Egoraptor, who I don't know anything about, but anybody who wants to hurt my boy Harley
is clearly the bad guy.
Is someone that I personally won't fight, but but I will be in Harley's corner the whole time. So I'm excited.
Figuratively, not literally.
I will give him so much support emotionally in that battle. It is funny how quickly this YouTube boxing became a real lucrative thing. Like, remember, what was it, like just a few years ago that people we were all kind of laughing at it, like, oh, Logan Paul or Jake Paul, whichever one it was, oh, they're boxers now, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, boxers, okay, sure. And then, oh, okay, so I guess he just decided, I guess those two brothers got bored of making millions of dollars and decided to start again and make millions in a different way.
So Kyle and I watch the UFC a lot, and we would agree, I'm sure, that how much you want to watch a fight is only partially related to how good that fighter is, how good they are on the mic, how long, how many times we've seen them before. The story arc that they have going on is a big part of promoting a fight. I didn't see it coming that, like, you could straight up be a YouTuber who's never fought before and be worth like 10 to 20 times more than a professional fighter who's just entering the UFC.
We've seen this before. We've seen this before. There were freak fights long ago. I remember specifically, like, I think there was a freak fight like happening whenever I was driving to your house to watch the Chael Sonnen fight. Like I think that was happening in the background. For some reason I have that memory that maybe like the fridge, the old like NFL guy, like the
William
fridge
Perry.
Eric, was gonna fight like some like 7'4" African that was skinny as fuck. They've done freak fights forever. And people have shown up to see him forever. It's just that the freaks were never able to charge for their appearance. It's because the freaks seem to be a dime a dozen. But like,
and celebrity boxing's not new. I feel like a couple have entered the ring here and there, but it definitely, I guess the YouTube guys just hustle a little better.
They cut the middleman out. They're
their own promoter. Yeah,
that's the thing with influencers in general and us too. Like, we cut the middleman out so that you can actually like make something like this lucrative, so that you can get in front of a camera and a microphone and do it.
They do cut the middleman out, but and I don't mean to pat us on the back too much, but there's a thing about being a successful YouTuber that takes a lot of hustle. Right? Tom Cruise will do what? Work for 6 weeks doing a shoot and then take the next 4 months off.
It's a bad example.
Okay, maybe he's not a good example. Grab someone else. Grab
a lazier actor who's a fat.
Like I just imagine as you say that, a montage of Tom Cruise jumping off a building, hanging on the
Make it Seth Rogen then, right? Seth Rogen does a shoot on a movie. I love Seth Rogen. I'm not tearing him down, but this is what a typical actor's schedule is like. He goes, he does his movie shoot, maybe pimps it for a little while, rests, lives a life of leisure, fucking bangs girls on a yacht or whatever it is that Seth Rogen likes to do. And then he works another 6 weeks. If he does 2 movies a year, he's a pretty busy actor. On YouTube, like, even a freaking video game YouTuber is waking up, grinding. Every single day they're uploading, they're loving up fans, they're doing their thing. It is more of a hustle grind than I think it is to be a regular actor.
Of course it is. Yeah. Your audience is more fickle. You have to be more, you have to be around. But no, I like that these guys can beat each other up and get paid huge amounts of money. It's fucking cool. And Harley, this guy that Harley is fighting, like, don't show the picture yet. I want to wait till Harley gets here because it's Harley's tweet and I want to pat him on the back for it. But
okay,
this guy does not look up to task. And look, Harley's 6'4" on his worst day. Like, Harley, I think Harley might be a legitimate 6'5". Like when he sat in my car, he put the seat all the way down, and his head is so close to the roof that he's like, his hair is like brushing it. He's a giant person. And now I know he doesn't have any boxing experience, but I don't know how big this guy looks. Little. I don't know.
I think he's based on their like stats page, which who knows. The Egoraptor guy is like 6'2", which is a tall guy, but against the 6'5", 6'6" guy, that's not too great.
I wonder what 6'2" is. Top 10 percentile, maybe.
At least, probably better than that.
Right. Average height's like 5'9" or something.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, Harley will be here in a minute. Didn't you have a Am I the Asshole with a massage thing?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I, a 24-year-old female, am trying to schedule a spa day as I have some gift cards to use. I called the spa to schedule my package, and after setting up, I requested to only have a female for my massage and facial. The receptionist got snappy and told me the massage I wanted was only provided by a male therapist. I told her I wouldn't be comfortable with that and would have to look at other packages where I could have a female massage therapist. She quickly got defensive, explaining that there's nothing wrong with having a male massage therapist. He's been in this business for 20 years. I'm sure he's great at the job, and he's a nice guy with no bad intentions, but I'm paying a lot of money to be relaxed and comfortable, and being naked while a man rubs me down is not my idea of a stress-free experience. She basically said I was sexist towards male massage therapists, and I told her I would be calling back to reschedule with a female. Am I being the asshole for refusing to use a male massage therapist?
Man, some of these Reddit people are just throwing the bait out there, and everybody's just grabbing it and running. Come on, really? Of course he's not the asshole. This is one of those things that's so well known that everyone has preferences, and that most men prefer a woman, and most women prefer a woman as well. Mm-hmm. Like that's the truth across the board.
Yeah,
like it's got to be rough out there for male masseuses, but I'm sorry, dude. We're like making ourselves vulnerable, and you are not a fucking doctor. You are a muscle rubber. All right. I don't know how long it took you to get your sticker certificate or like whatever, like your ribbon, but like
go back to Jack.
It would take. Look, if you're such a low level professional that it would take longer to get like a blue belt at a real school, then like I'm not getting naked in front of you and trusting you and stuff. And I don't want dude rubbing me anyway. Like every time I've gotten massage, it's like, yeah, I want a woman. And it's never been sexual or awkward or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just felt a lot more comfortable like with a woman than I would with a dude. And it's like a well-known thing that everyone has that same preference. And some people might just be like, I'm sure there are athletes who are like, I need a man to get back there. Those aren't normal muscles. Those are professional fucking athlete muscles. That's a $64 million ass. Each cheek, 32 mil. And those are my haunches.
You don't want little girly hands. An O lineman, the muscle is 3 inches deep behind that adipose tissue. You need strong hands to get it. It's like a guy who's working with a bucket of rice every day. That's what you need.
And if I was real fucked up and like a woman wasn't cutting it, I could see going to a man. But I've never had female masseuses' hands.
If a woman,
their hands are stronger than mine. Like I don't want to get into like one of those like a handshake contest with a female masseuse. She'll fuck me up.
All professional masseuses, male or female, are too strong. Quite frankly, they're like, do you want it really hard? No, I've gotten that question wrong before and paid the price.
And every man has. That's the only place where they do that. And I feel like it's a way for them to be like, look how strong I am. Look how good of a it's like if you were laying down and your dentist was like, you want me to go at it? It's like, no, no. I want you to delicately scrape the tartar from my teeth and send me on my way. Dude, I don't want you to go balls wild.
I can. I'm strong.
I
can. I'm just letting you know.
Spicy at the Thai restaurant, and I said,
you.
yes, I want it spicy. And then as she's walking off, I'm like, whoa, white guy spicy. And she goes, okay, all right, white guy spicy, not so crazy. That shit was so goddamn spicy. As I'm like handing her my debit card at the register, I'm looking around like trying to get airflow across my tongue because it burnt it so fucking bad. Oh. I see a bottle of hand sanitizer there, and I'm briefly like, how soothing would hand sanitizer be on my tongue right now? No, that's a mistake, Woody. Don't double down. Don't follow one wrong with another wrong.
So much worse.
But it did cross my mind. Like, maybe it looks like aloe, kinda.
That would have been such a mistake. It tastes like it's 80% alcohol or something.
Would that work? Like I remember an old Rhett and Link bit.
Are you asking him hand sanitizer?
No, not hand sanitizer, but like
milk, Kyle.
Like milk,
or
like
sugar
neutralizes capsaicin or something, but like that. But like what if you had like an aloe-based mouthwash that was specifically meant to fix like hot mouth from peppers and stuff? Like, would that work if it was aloe-based? If you were like rinsing your mouth in aloe and is that the plant you cut and rub on burns?
Yeah, that's the one that like looks cool and translucent.
Yeah, it's gelatinous.
If you physically burned your mouth like with hot pizza, I bet the aloe would feel good. But according to Gordon Ramsay, the way you get rid of spice is you eat something ridiculously sweet. So like when he was on that spicy wing channel, he like brought a donut with him and would take bites of that, which who would know better than him? He's eaten lots of spicy things.
I saw him shirtless just a minute ago in an older episode, maybe 10 years ago. And I only bring that up because we were discussing yesterday who would win in a fight, Gordon Ramsay or
Will Smith.
Will Smith. Mm-hmm. And I still stick with Will Smith because of the Ali training, and he's got the 2 years on him and maybe an inch of height and everything. But Gordon looked like he's in pretty fucking good shape back then. And I think maybe he's one of those guys that like make sure that they're like fit enough to be able to wear a tight shirt and that their biceps look good. And if he can hit those hallmarks, I think he's happy.
He's also a master with a blade.
Because that's like exactly what
that's all you want anyway. Like just to be clear, like I'm not saying like he's one of those guys. What I mean is like
tries to look good in a tight shirt. Yeah, those assholes, right? Sorry.
But yeah, I still think that Will Smith beats him. Oh, I wanted to ask if you had heard about the whole Chael Sonnen thing.
What happened with Chael Sonnen?
So Chael Sonnen, professional fighter. You're breaking up a little bit, so let me run it. You're breaking up and like audio and visually, yeah. Chael Sonnen, it's not terrible. So Chael Sonnen, former professional fighter, ESPN analyst, Fox show host, big time YouTuber, all of the above, famous guy. Also someone who went really hard after Jon Jones when he had that public thing where he assaulted his baby's mama and got arrested and everything. He always rubs the salt in the wound on Jon Jones, their former opponents. Chael Sonnen apparently went on some sort of a rampage in a hotel in December, which he is blaming on sleeping pills. He says he has no memory of the event. I've only seen like one still photo, and it's definitely him wearing like nothing but a robe and his underwear doing battle in a hallway. Now, you know what it's like when you only get one side of a story. It's kind of like the Russian side of this war, right? They're like, oh, the Ukrainians were armed with American bioweapons and they were at our border. It's like, pretty sure none of that's accurate. That's what I'm hearing with this, because we're only hearing the victims, quote unquote, side of the story. But if you believe them, Chael Sonnen went insane in a hotel hallway and started beating the shit out of 6 different individuals, at least two of which were women. And at one point, he threw a woman into a light fixture. She flew across the hallway. He's ground and pounding, taking people down. The descriptions are like, he took him down and struck him 5, 6, 7 times in the face quickly, and then he was up again. And it was just like he clearly went insane in a hallway. And he's saying again, no memory of this event. Now the felony charges have been dropped, but there's still like 4 to 6 misdemeanor.
Is there a video of this?
None that I've seen. I saw one still image of like blurry Chael moving in a hallway.
So I swear I've read and heard like every piece of media there is to be seen on this topic. When I first heard it, much like you, it was a 5v1. That Chael Sonnen, professional fighter, ex-heavyweight, by the way, when he fought Fedor at heavyweight, he was in it anyway.
It's true.
Beat up 5 people at once. It turns out the 5 people is true. The at once part is not. But like he did a 2v1, but it was a married couple. And to be clear, a straight married couple. Like one of them was a girl. And
I'm like, cisgendered straight married couple. Don't be a bigot, Woody. Make it very clear.
You're not the boss of me. I can be a bigot if I want to. So anyway, So he did engage in like maybe 2 2v1s and a 1v1, but it wasn't a 5v1 like you would think.
And we don't know why any of the fighting began.
Well, here's the thing. Chael Sonnen, who, by the way, has no memory of this, afterwards went and told the story to at least 2 friends of his, one being Brendan Schwab, and I forget the other. And he tells Brendan Schwab, they talk shit about my wife. I heard about it. I left the hotel room. I went into the lobby and I fucked shit up. Everyone who was involved in hurting her feelings got their ass beat down because that's how I fucking roll. And then the police come along and he's like, was that me? I don't remember this at all. I was on Ambien at the time. None of this sounds right.
All right, so how do we feel about this one? We just came down. If you guys want to know how we feel about Will Smith, watch PKN. We covered it ad nauseum. But like, how do you feel about this? Very similar situation we're now hearing. We're now hearing that here is a man who heard his wife was being disparaged verbally, not by a comedian, mind you, but by a member of the public, a hotel occupant. Okay, not someone who has any has a microphone. They're not doing their job. They're just going out of their way to be mean, which might be a little different in some people's eyes. Are you then justified to assault 4 to 5 people in a hotel lobby?
I've been very clear. Chael Sonnen can do no wrong. The man can do steroids and get into combat if he wants to. He can beat up women. He's lucky there were no children there talking shit about his wife. I'm Team Chael. Chael, look me up. Need a blowy.
Can we just call this the Chael rule, where
only he's allowed to do it?
Where all of our like moral codes nonsense and like man code shit and like how we believe about things normally just don't really apply if Chael is in the wrong.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I'm a Chael Sonnen hypocrite, just so it's clear. And yes, I also am happy that Chael beat up all those people, including. And honestly, I like that Chael Sonnen is not a bigot. He beat the women. Yeah, just as severely as he beat the men.
Tip of the hat, Chael.
Everyone got the full force of the Westland gangster or whatever.
Well, the poor guy entered a fugue state. It really wasn't his fault. Did I say that word right? I don't know.
They're lucky,
like he's Walter White.
Yeah,
if he was in a fugue state, then they're lucky they survived. He probably thought he was in some NCAA like finals match, and he was just trying to take home gold to Oregon.
For sure.
I mean, I believe all those Ambien stories I hear after talking to a couple friends who have been on it, like guys who served in Afghanistan and now have immense problems sleeping. Like they talk about it like it is the hardest drug ever. Like if you take any more than you're supposed to and don't fall asleep right away, like you lose your mind.
Oh, I've done. All right. Everyone
like you just start doing shit that doesn't make any sense. Your words don't make sense. He'll text us things that just so disjointed. Like you can tell he thinks he's communicating something to you, but nothing is being communicated. It's just a bunch of neurons firing in his brain.
All right. Well, I don't know a lot about Ambien, but what the internet told me was that it's very unlikely that Ambien would affect Chael Sonnen in such a way that he was able to combat 5 individuals and then not remember what he had.
Yeah, at most it makes you racist on Twitter. Everyone knows this.
Yes.
Are you calling Chael Sonnen a liar? Because we don't do that.
I'm going to call him a liar from the comfort of my own home only. You're a bitch and a liar, Chael. That comes from the mouth of Woody.
I'm gonna.
He's too afraid to say it, but I know his opinions for him.
I'm gonna send you like a montage of like his best moments later, like him on the microphone, and it's some legit
him like fucking up a bellhop. Man, that guy, he took advantage of the fact that guy had 2 heavy bags in his hand to fire off a 3 combo on his chin. Dropped him right there. Look at the automatic doors just hitting his skull, opening again, closing on the skull, opening again. Yeah, that's probably what happened.
No, him on the fucking microphone being goddamn hilarious. He really is a funny guy. I'm okay with him assaulting these people. They shouldn't have talked shit about his wife. All right, you talk about Chael's wife, you're going to get the shit beaten out of you. And I wish Jon Jones had. I mean, that's the difference between Chael and Jon Jones. And I bet Chael, once these charges are over, because they're all misdemeanors now, the felony shit got dropped. It was felony aggravated assault by strangulation.
I love that. Yeah.
Don't you? That means he was choking the shit out of one of them. And the only reason he survived is because Chael needed to get up to beat somebody up that was running away.
Jesus Christ. So his only excuse is that he was on sleeping pills. Did he imagine them talking shit about his wife to him?
Oh, that is some behind the scenes stuff that Woody's only privy to because, back channels. Like he told somebody else and they talked a little bit too much and then Woody heard it on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah. It's hard to get anything reliable.
That won't be part of the case.
I mean, some of this came from Reddit comments, so it's probably true.
That's nailed down solid.
Reddit gets it right. Remember when the Boston bombing happened?
Yeah.
And they were we got him, and some like poor guy in Pennsylvania is like, I was in school today. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Remember when the girls were melting down because that dude's cute, and they were like
oh, I remember some
they're like a huge movement of people about the Tsarnaev guy, I believe that's his name, about how fucking cute he is, and they're like drawing hearts around him and saying he's too cute to kill and everything. He just had his appeal a while back. They're like, no, we're killing you. We're killing you.
You know this guy? Did he have maybe a teardrop tattoo? Possibly.
No,
he was a young guy.
Yeah, young guy. Like when he did it, I think he may have even been like 17 to 19. He was the brother that lived.
The other brother died.
Oh, we're definitely.
He killed his brother technically. If you go back and watch the video, he ran his car. He ran him over. He ran him over, crushed him. I watched him crush his brother and kill him.
Well,
then I was like you think my fingers on the pulse of this Ukraine thing. I was listening to the police scanner when they got the one on the right.
Yeah, no, I do remember.
I was listening to the scanner when they got the one on the left. That's what it was. And then we watched the video later. And then the one on the right, we watched like thermal video of them getting him out of that boat.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Ugly, but he doesn't strike me as too cute.
That's his mugshot. He cleans up pretty well. It's a handsome fella.
Yeah.
I hear he's super popular inside. Like
I believe that guy would make a lot of friends.
I bet he's a hit.
When you're on death row,
hit.
You don't have to worry about that on death row. Like he's on his own. Like
that's Zach. Can you show my guy just because I want to get on the same page as Kyle? I don't know for completion. This is the guy I thought you were talking about. Is being too cute for prison, right? He's a handsome man. That's a mugshot.
Didn't he become a model after this? He scrolled.
I think we watched it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Don't scroll up too far. See some dick fruit or something.
Yeah. Right. But that's the guy I had in my head with that. I don't think that is a tear.
Aren't his eyes are fucking like steel colored? Those gray eyes.
Yeah. Blue steel.
I don't see blue eyes on people with dark skin very often.
Those aren't blue though. They're like gray.
They're grayish. Okay. Yeah. Which is a very unique color of eye. So
yeah. No, striking dude. I'd buy some cologne with him on there. I want to smell like that guy.
What would it be called?
Fear.
Yeah.
Who's Fear?
No. Regrets. Regrets by Giorgio.
Dude, Regrets
Fear.
is a fun name for something.
It's the only cologne you smell on other spray hunters.
I want to bring what product would you name Regrets? I would go with wet wipes.
I see where you're going. Wow. I condoms popped into my head, but I feel like it doesn't fit quite.
Diapers.
Right.
No, diapers.
Diapers.
Buy new Regrets pull-ups for ages 2 to 3. That's right. They're still shitting themselves, loser.
I've got one, Kyle. A hangover medication.
Oh, that's a really good one, actually.
Regrets, yeah, I like that.
They have a bunch
of no regrets. How about no regrets for like a party drug?
Those
now that's the one you could put on a condom. No regrets.
Well, you would regret using a condom.
Yeah.
It's now the sex.
It's the women's brand condom, though.
Okay.
I've never used a condom.
Got that thing out because I'm usually not a huge fan of condoms, and
no one is.
She thought that might be a good idea, and when she got that out, I was like, "I'll put on a condom."
What is the benefit of what is the benefit of this over just a regular condom?
Well, what you got like that is like flat in her. Like you're not inside of that. You're in her vagina with your penis. That is keeping the semen from getting to her uterus.
But it's
imagine it like
with the word you chose, it sounds like you're touching her vaginal wall, and I think it's
not. It is.
Zach, I'm gonna have to draw picture.
That's one that and look. Explain it.
Yeah, can you get a dildo and a female condom and show to me how that touches the vaginal walls when it looks like it doesn't?
So the reason 2 hands are being used right there is because if she lets go, it all goes flat. You know that bit where the chick has a hula hoop with like a curtain under and she lifts it up and then she does a trick, and when she drops it, now she's like wearing some different clothes.
Mm-hmm.
When she drops it and it's flat on the ground with the curtain all bunched up, that's its normal status.
Now, I don't want to seem dumb, but I don't get it.
Oh, you're saying, Zach, can you put it back on the screen? That
you're cramming the whole thing up there?
It's not extended like that.
It's not extended
during
like that.
Sex.
Correct.
You just push one half in, then you push the other half in, and you've kind of got a with plastic bag shoved deep in her.
Yeah, and exactly. It's just on the way out, grabbing all the comments, collecting it. Actually, and I think maybe a couple times we've used them. Like maybe one time she just came with it in. It's not a great time. I could feel it a little bit, but it's definitely not like fucking a plastic
better than
bag,
a regular
which is what
experience.
Yeah, I would say so, but like, you know, for her enjoyment, I'm like, there's no way it can be enjoyable to have that crammed in there. Like I don't like condoms, but I'll definitely wear one before I force you to like. Your enjoyment it comes first, right? Like the ladies coming first. So like, I don't want you to have to cram a little trash bag inside yourself every time we have sex. So yeah, they're nonsense. Please take that off the screen. Why are we still looking at it?
Because I chastised him for taking it off while we were still explaining it.
I'm teasing.
No, that's gross. Well, I don't like that at all.
That doesn't work like I thought it did.
And look, maybe I don't know how to use a fucking female condom, but
that wouldn't be your responsibility. It was up to her.
Yeah, that's not on me. And then obviously a diaphragm is just a flat whole piece.
I mean, Taylor was telling me that all contraception is the woman's responsibility because men can just run.
Yes, that's that. I think the Catholic Church teaches, and I'm Catholic when it's convenient. Like, if it's about me getting away with something, I'm very Catholic. That's how like all my Catholic friends and family are too, where it's like they don't give a fuck, but when we were in high school, college, no, they can't use a condom. I'm Catholic. Like that would come out when they're talking about hooking up with a girl. But yeah, you haven't been to Easter in half a decade. You're real Catholic. You just want to touch pussy walls.
What a beautiful way to describe making love. You just want to touch the pussy wall.
You just want to touch some of that wet cave. Yeah, that's probably one of the grossest ways to say it. To say pussy.
Do you want another? Am I the asshole?
I would take one.
We'll see where it goes.
I dabble.
Am I the asshole for going home when my wife didn't let me in the delivery room? I, 28-year-old male, and my wife, 29-year-old female, gave birth a few days ago. We had what I believe to be a fairly standard pregnancy, and I did my best to take care of things and make it easy for her. I took her to the hospital when she was due, and her sister and mother met us there. Cool. The problem started when she was taken to the delivery room. She asked the nurse that only her mother and sister be allowed in the delivery, and then told me she wanted me to wait until I've delivered and calmed down before letting me in the room. I was shocked, and I didn't want to make a scene, but I said okay and sat down in the waiting room. We had not really discussed the plan for the hospital, but I had no reason to think I wouldn't be there when my son was born. I texted her sister if she knew my wife was going to do this, and she said no. I told her to ask my wife if she was concerned about something because I don't consider myself someone who would make a fuss or make things difficult for her. She texted back saying that my wife just doesn't want you to see her like this, and then added that she didn't agree with my wife and tried to convince her to let me in, but ultimately it was my wife's choice and I should respect it. I sat down in the waiting room for 6 hours getting minimal updates as the labor was fairly slow, and I decided there was no point, so I texted my sister and told her I was going home. I'd meet my son when they brought him and handle from the birth certificate stuff the next day. Oh, and handle the birth certificate stuff the next day. Okay. I came home. 9 hours later, I was finally able to meet my son. When my wife's mother and sister left, they got angry at me for leaving her at the hospital. But I was angry too, and I told her that we can talk about it in a few days because she's just given birth. She wouldn't drop the subject, and finally I told her that she excluded me from the birth of my son for no reason. I didn't see the need to hang around the hospital waiting room for hours doing nothing, and then even her own sister thinks that what she did was wrong. She said there was no complications, that I needed to be there, to which I replied there wouldn't have been there because she kept me out of the room and the doctors would have handled any problems anyway. She called me an inconsiderate asshole and has been talking short with me for several days. Her sister told me I should apologize and move past it because it was stressful for my wife, but I think I'm owed a bigger apology because I was excluded from my son's birth. So, who's the asshole here?
There's some information we don't have. I wish I'd like usually this is something that's like thoroughly discussed, you know, that you're going to be there. Mm-hmm. You have the music in your pockets, right? You've got the fancy pillow, you know, they've done the Lamaze thing together. Like usually it's known beforehand that like
usually you pretend you're not going to take any painkillers, and then you do. That's the process.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. No epidural, give it to me.
And so I wish I'd known that. But I
well, he said that he had no reason to think he would be excluded from the delivery.
Yeah,
so I inferred.
But did he have any reason to? But did he have any reason to know that he would be included? That's what's important, I think. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with her excluding him, and I don't even like it being phrased that way. It's a super rough thing they're going through. Most like I don't know what the percentage of them that shit themselves is, but it's very high,
100.
Close to 100.
After this little event that we're doing in here. I'm putting myself in the lady's shoes. I would like to maybe have a romantic life with my husband afterwards that doesn't involve him having the image of my vagina 50 centimeters dilated or whatever, and me shitting myself. And oh man, I wish last night hadn't been taco night too. Like, you know what I mean? Like it could come down to that. It could, and I would understand that. It's because it's not that she wanted her mom and her sister there, because moms and sisters are perfectly fine with seeing each other's vaginas explode and shit themselves.
Probably all given birth.
They've all shit themselves before. She's part of the club now. So like, I definitely get that. Now, whether or not it's okay, it's not okay for him to leave. And here's why. She could have died. Women die in childbirth. She could have fucking died. He can't leave. He should have stopped pouting. Because as much as he feels wronged, she's the one with a human being coming out of her right now with her hormones in no man's land, literally. And like you got to just realize that you might not even be negotiating with your wife right now. That lady in there is the birth giver. Your wife will be back in a day or two. Right now, you need to like negotiate with the birth giver.
Yeah, prioritize whatever she feels she needs.
And sit out here in case a doctor comes and says, your wife or your son who lives, you dumbass, because it might happen like that. Like he should have stayed. He should have stood by his lady and waited on his son to be born. And whenever she was ready for him to see it, like that feels like the traditional thing to me as well. That doesn't even seem like some like froofy new age thing, like girl power. I have my babies alone. It's like, that seems like the traditional thing. Every time I see an old movie, the dude's out there waiting in the lobby.
Don Draper did it. I'm so surprised. Like, I didn't know 100% what your take was going to be. I agree 1,000,000% with everything you said. The guy, it is not your time. You need to realize the stress her body and mind is going under. You need to kind of take a back seat. If she wants you in there, be in there. Like, my wife has told me, like, she wants me in there when she gives birth, if we have kids. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
What about me? Where's she at?
She said she wants you to be the poop
I've got a headlamp and everything. This is going to work out so well.
Going spelunking. Yeah, but
I've never done an episiotomy before, but I'm very inexpensive, so just consider the offer.
I will. I'll take advantage of it. Well, listen to this. I know internet guys who can. How many subs does that idiot doctor have on YouTube? None. He's too busy saving lives. Wow. Like,
yeah,
no, but
can he tell dick jokes?
That guy is definitely in the wrong. And I come down the same thing with going home. The going home thing is the thing that puts it over the limit. Like, he should have just fucking sat there. What, you're gonna sit at home on your phone thinking about your wife giving birth the entire time? Like, what do you think? That this fucking if this dumbass unironically went home and like started playing League of Legends, fuck him. Like, seriously, like he's gonna go home and obsess over it. It almost seems petty. I'm not wanted here. I'm not wanted here. I'm gonna go home. It's not about you bitch. She's giving birth right now. Be a little selfless. So yeah, that guy's a bitch and I don't like him.
Anybody ever calls us sexist, give him this clip, please. We mean it.
Yes, and don't pay attention to the total scales of. But yeah, I'm 100% on board, Kyle. I think you're totally right.
Yeah,
I wish there was an easy way to see. There's a bot that like counts up here. In my opinion, this is the cheat, so I won't stay here. Everybody sucks here is one of the choices, and that's where I land. But before you guys went, I would have said she sucks more. You kind of won me over, but I was like, she excluded him from the birth of his son. He had no reason to. She just said like, no, hubby, this is like, fuck you on the day of the birth, like their first kid. And she just went all fuck you to her husband. Like, how dare she? How dare she? Like this was a joint effort. Did she do that during the conception too? No, this is all about me. Like, fucking bitch. You can't just kick your husband out as if it's, but you guys are like, yeah, she's like, I don't know. I still feel like his right, I'll put it, to witness the birth and to be there and such overrides her modesty, because that's what it is, right?
Let me help you one further.
Okay.
I would argue that a woman's hormones in the day of her birth might be almost akin to when someone is coming out of getting the root canal and they're a little loopy and you can and they think their tongue has fallen out of their head. They're so out of it.
Oh, like the Charlie.
I don't think you judge those. It's always like a kind of cute blonde girl who's about 20 years old too, who's getting a root canal done and like with a bloody mouth. That's the only person I've never seen, like a big old fat black dude like oh shit, son, what's this? Like that's never happened once. It's always just a little cute blonde girl, but like I don't judge her for any shit she might say when she's all fucked up. And like I just don't think you're negotiating with your wife anymore. That's why I use that phrase, the birth giver. Like this is a different person. She's been taken over by another being. And it's almost true because like the way our bodies work hormonally, and I, you know, I'm someone who knows a little bit about hormones moving around. Like I feel like a totally different person than I did 3 or 4 years ago. I got a lot of energy all the time, and I'm real positive about things, and I don't get down. I feel great, and I've seen women like during mad swings of their hormones from birth control or just like life or whatever. Like depression just be pills. Different people. Just be different people to the level of like borderline. It's like a split personality thing. And there was a time when I was like maybe 23 or 24 where I'd be like, that crazy bitch. And but I grew up and realized that like, that's like how human beings are just wired. And now I get it. And I try to be really understanding, like when somebody's got that stuff going on.
Hormones are powerful stuff.
They don't mean what they're saying. And if they, and the other thing is like, just because that she's like all jacked up on her hormones doesn't mean that like how she's feeling in that moment isn't like relevant still and important. Like that's still your wife. That's just a different version of her. And we got to respect how things are feeling for her.
And she's going through a traumatic endeavor right now.
I'd rather get hit by a goddamn car than give birth to a baby.
You're winning me over. Your arguments are very persuasive. Like I acknowledge that. I still feel like it was very selfish to put her modesty above his witnessing.
That's me guessing as well about the modesty.
I don't think that you're necessarily guessing that much with it. Like I know because all my female friends are like, well, most of them are having kids. Like it's not like I know we joked about the like pooing your pants thing or your lack of pants. Like it is embarrassing for them. Like they don't want their husband or boyfriend to see them covered in shit.
The other way,
like, and so they really do have a mentality. Yeah,
the hospital staff is so professional and used to seeing it that they create an environment where it's just like quick wipe, move on, everything's fine. Like I don't know.
And I'm sure this is,
and of course that's the story that you get third party. Of course, no one's gonna be like, oh yeah, Woody, when they poop themselves, it's a fucking shit show, literally. because now, hey, guess where we are? An operating room. Guess what? All of the sterilized equipment and people are now covered in shit. Guess what has to happen now? It all has to be replaced. When? Right fucking now it does. Oh, wait, there's more shit. How many sets of gear do we have? Like, I bet that's the real story behind it. And oh, guess what? Her smelled extra bad. What does your wife eat?
You might be right. You might be right. I feel like she's an asshole, though, because she put her modesty above him witnessing the birth of his son, and he might have wanted to see that. He might have, and he wanted to help her. And I don't like that she's like, no. In my real moment of need, I'm going to my mom and my sister. My husband's like somewhere down the list.
I like the idea of like
that makes so much sense to go to your mom and your sister for this girl thing. I just picture every movie where like the woman's been like shot in the pussy or whatever. Like she's got some woman trouble, and like the mom or like the sister or somebody's like, this is woman shit, and like pushes the man out and closes the door, and he's just got to sit out there wringing his fists. And it's like, yeah, that's how it should be. They're like, they're operating on her vagina for some, or doing something crazy with her butthole in there. You don't need to see that, because after this, you might want to be attracted to her vagina and butthole, and it might be best that you didn't see it all exploded out and stuff.
I mean, I'm putting myself in the shoes of the audience member. I think you won this debate because you've almost turned me. But I keep circling back to your modesty. Your modesty is why your husband was downgraded to 3rd at best place for your support system. Your modesty is why your husband's sitting in the waiting room for 6 hours, wondering how it's going with infrequent updates. Like, you put your modesty above fucking everything having to do with him. And he's hurt. He's hurt days later. He's upset that this once in a lifetime experience to see his son born was robbed from him. This isn't nothing. And her modesty went above all of that. That's the most important thing to her. Like, chick, you're selfish.
I think that there's probably a lot more to it than just the modesty aspect. Like, you don't go into that fully sane, you know, like your hormones are fucked. You're about to get put on powerful drugs. It's her first kid. She doesn't know. She's probably embarrassed. Like, given the situation, the guy has
Woody's
to,
taking the L here. It's over. Don't worry.
The guy has to,
okay. You're just reiterating all of the perfect points we already made. Like, I was like, no, we got this. We're good.
We got it. We got this tied up.
It's 37-3. I mean,
we're making the playoffs here.
I'll call it a draw if we can move on. But
I wanted to say one more thing. I was thinking how funny it would be, like, a doctor who helps give birth, like, he comes in and he sees her pooping, and his response is like, biggest day of your life, and this is how you behave. Come back when you're ready to get serious about this. And then just leaves, like, shitting in my office.
When you look back on the day your son was born, do you want to remember a day that smells like shit and shame? I'm gonna go back out there and I'm gonna talk to your husband, man to man. And
your son is 7 pounds 5 ounces, and your wife weighs 30 pounds less than when she went in.
No.
Is this one of those zoo hospitals? What's that big bucket? You taking care of a rhino in there?
He just comes back at, sir. It turns out she was just constipated. That was not a pregnancy at all.
How long has your wife been eating grass?
Only poop. That was 12 hours of shitting, sir.
It was 9 months of PF Chang's. Yeah, that was a good question. I liked that, but I definitely
it turned out to be a good one. Sometimes you don't know what the topics are going to be. That's it. The topics are empty canvases.
That's true. I'm excited for Harley to get here. I want to talk to him about his fight plan.
If he gets here, we'll
how
see.
Sam Hyde is going to get him in tip-top shape.
Sam Hyde. We were talking. It might have been the Hangout. Which was a blast this month, by the way. And it was about having Sam Hyde as a guest. Do we want that? Is that a good idea? A bad idea?
So I told you how we should handle Sam Hyde as a guest, and I don't want to say it publicly, but I think that is the only way to handle Sam Hyde as a guest. I think, as Taylor has stated, I'm really just parroting Taylor because Taylor knows better. If you bring him on and try to interview him, he won't allow it. He'd just be real weird. And, like, who knows what you'd get? He's like an Andy Warhol type character. Like, he's just going to give you something bizarre.
Sure.
Not Andy Warhol. I mean Andy Kaufman. Yeah. He's not going to pay.
Somehow I pictured Andy Kaufman.
He ain't paid tomato cans. God damn it! He's being fucking weird. Like Andy Kaufman is like pretty close to like his style of humor. So, like, you can't interview him and you can't have a real conversation with him because like his thing is counter to that.
Yeah, but he would try to make it slow and uncomfortable and difficult and awkward. That would be his goal.
But I loved my idea, frankly.
Yes,
and nobody else did. And I texted everybody. I was like, here's my idea, and they were all like, "That's amazing, Kyle. You're the best." And I was like, nobody else liked it.
That's amazing, Kyle. You're the best. That's how all of our text conversations go. Kyle sends us a photo. We go, Kyle, you're the best. We love you.
Amazing. I'm just reading it. Kyle, you're amazing. Kyle, you're amazing. Kyle, you're magnificent. It's
nice dick.
Yeah. Nice dick, homie.
Looks same as last time, man. Stop. Kyle, I don't know how many photos you send. It hasn't grown.
Kyle, how much to daffodil are you on, Captain Vascular?
No, I just don't know. don't know. I think my idea was just brilliant, and everybody was just fucking crickets. And I was just like, that would be so funny. I can picture it, and it would just been brilliant. I'm gonna say what it was. I'm gonna say like my idea was if Sam Hyde came on, without warning, obviously he'd just pop into the call and we'd be recording. There'd be no preamble. Boom, we're recording. And each of us is dressed like a member of the armed services, and we begin actively recruiting him and each of us is giving him a better deal. I'm Army, Woody's Air Force, and Taylor's Marine Corps or whatever, Navy or whatever you want it to be. Pick one. And we would just do that until he quit.
Until he quit. I don't know. He might out-steal Valor us.
And then the other thing I said, like, it wouldn't be part of this show because there's no way you could just like interject him into this long format thing. Yeah. It would have to be a separate recording that we edited down and like put at the beginning or the end.
Now, see that's the trick. Like it would have to be a condensed thing like that, and like cut all the jokes in that because I don't think it would work otherwise.
I think a long awkward cut would be. For me would be so funny because us keeping a straight face when we're talking to him about like career options for someone of his stature, and we're talking about like getting him in the aircraft. Like I
isn't he gigantic? That's
he's huge. He's like Harley sized. Like
yeah,
it would be
like you're trying to get him in the Air Force. I'm like, how are you going to fit a man of his magnificence into one of those little bitch made planes? I don't think so. That's a tank commander if I've ever seen one. All right?
Tank commander. He's the tank. Yeah.
The Air Force has tanks, probably.
No, I bet that's one thing they don't have.
That's the line I'm going with.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I mean, look up his appearance on other podcasts. There's one called The Needle Drop Show. It's a music show. I have no idea anything about it, really. But he was on this show like years ago, and the guy was like genuinely like, I guess, a fan of his at the time, of Sam's, and was like, I wanted to interview about XYZ. And like the guy was making the mistake of trying to be good faith about it. And Sam, for the first like 15, 20 minutes, way longer than it was funny, he just refused to do anything. And he claimed that this was a real voice. He was a Jamaican white man. And he's like, well, Sam, I mean, I thought this skit was so funny. What'd you think about this? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. You must be thinking of somebody else. That wasn't me. And then he just kept doing shit. Like, then the guy's like desperate for content. Like, but you did this, right? No. It's like, oh, that would, like, as someone who's interviewed a lot of people, I'm like, oh, that is uncomfortable to try and figure it out.
When I like daydream about guests and how they'd work, it's rough when your guest kicks your ass. Like Bill Burr is the one I keep coming back to. You know, I'd love to talk to Bill Burr about his real life story arc. You know, like, and if he didn't like it, you can't win. I've seen him kick so many asses of like news reporters, daytime TV shows, daytime TV hosts, etc. Bill Burr would just make you look like a fool. And
I want to talk to Donald Trump. Because he'll make you look like a fucking genius. All right.
Trump will make me look like a genius. Yes.
Anybody. I was so upset when I realized I was so upset when I realized that his last rally was in Commerce, Georgia. That's like 20 minutes from where I'm from.
Dude, he's coming to Raleigh, I think.
But like you don't understand. Like Commerce, Georgia is so close to where I'm from. Like I absolutely would have went just to see the show. I advise anybody out there, it doesn't matter what your political leanings are. This isn't about politics. You should go because it's a cultural phenomenon. The same way you'd go to like the fucking Puerto Rican Day Parade just to see it.
Yeah. It's kind of like medieval times. Like you're just going for the show.
Yeah. Exactly like medieval times. You don't need to be like, I don't know, all about turkey legs and fucking, I don't know, medieval combat or anything. You could just want to see a show. And that's what you're going to see at a Trump rally. You're going to see some wild shit. And you're going to get to see like you're going to see Donald Trump. I mean, why wouldn't you want to see that?
Are they free? Shit? Are rallies free?
Yeah. They're free.
They're free, but
I don't want to.
I don't know if it's still the case. You used to have to get there really early, like in his prime.
It depends where you want to sit, and it depends what the seating is. So at this last event, because they did it at the drag race track, they've got those huge stands that like go up, and so like it didn't matter where you sat. You're going to get a pretty good view of the guy. Like where I went, we were in an auditorium. I think I was like roughly 4th row, 5th row, maybe back. So I had gotten there at 5 a.m. I was in line at like 5 a.m. roughly, something like that. I spent the night up there to like get there early. And I was like, oh, we're going to be in the front row. we're going to be able to smell them. Nope. Nope. There were a lot of people there when we got there.
It might be easier now because you went, it was his first presidential run and he was just captivating America, right?
Yeah.
But right now, he's not running for anything. You're just going to listen to him sing his greatest hits about the election being stolen. I don't think he's filling places anymore. So you can get a seat. You'll be inside.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you just get there like a couple hours early and you're going to be, within 50 feet of the man for sure every time. I'm shocked that it seems like a safety thing. Like that's an outdoor place where he was. Like,
oh, yeah.
I don't want to say anything, but like he's outdoors in Commerce, Georgia.
Well, that's probably a pretty safe place for him, right?
I mean, politically, it doesn't get any safer, but like
he's just saying a guy with bad intentions.
But I mean, guy with bad intentions.
He's a former president. Like they all have their group of guys like securing shit. Like Jimmy Carter's is dead basically, and he's still got Secret Service.
Yeah, but everybody's out to get Jimmy.
I think what Kyle's saying, like.
A sniper could shoot Donald Trump outdoors, and that would be a scary thing. It just seemed like he was outdoors, like at the track. And they didn't give you a 360 view, but like I know to the right was a quarter-mile racetrack. I've been there a bunch of times.
I'm sure they're pretty careful.
Taylor has a lot of confidence in the Secret Service. I don't know. I'm like, how can you secure outdoors?
Yeah,
outdoors
it'd probably be hard. Place. I feel I'm just basing it on the fact that like more presidents haven't been assassinated. Maybe that could be that like very few people want to assassinate presidents. It could be that the Secret Service is stopping more than we know. I have no idea.
Right? I lean into this. People generally don't try to kill people all the time. Like
yeah, that's probably more likely.
I don't know. DoorDash on the surface seems like an incredibly dangerous job. Going to strangers' houses and knocking on the front door, like you're super vulnerable. Except that people aren't like that in real life. Like people generally don't. I don't hear about DoorDashers.
Yeah. Well, you're all like, and they have your information and everything. Like if you do something, it's this. They've got you. Like there was the girl that dropped off my food the other night. I was like, you're too pretty to do this. Somebody's gonna grab you. Run.
Run before I change my mind.
That's what I meant. I'm glad you got it. Yeah. No, it wasn't that, but it was just like, oh, you're really pretty. I was thinking it, not saying it. Obviously, I took my fucking food and said goodnight. But I was thinking like, oh man, she's way too pretty to do this. There's scary people out there. I don't know. I was on crazy fucking videos, that subreddit, and they were just like random. The video was called like random murder or something. And guys walking down the street, other guys walking the other way. He goes bang and kills him. And like, there's no way they know each other. They're like, it's like busy. And then that other guy that was assassinating homeless people, just walking up to him, making sure nobody. Yeah, he killed like 5 homeless in one night, walking up to them, sleeping on the sidewalks and shooting them in the head. And there's so much CCTV in New York now that like, I know this because one of the news channels I watch is like NBC New York. For whatever reason, I get that and through cable. And there's so many murders in New York. It's so fucking depressing. Like Atlanta news is like that. Like we'll have shootings, don't get me wrong, but New York news is always like really disturbing murders because like if it bleeds, it leads, I guess, and whatever bleeds the most gets to the top. So their top news story is always horrific. There was that young lady who pushed that like octogenarian over and killed her, right? And they had the video like she like shoved an old woman over and killed her like for like random crime, like not someone she knew, like on the streets. Oh, look, an old lady, nobody's looking, and she like pushed her over and killed her.
What I'm hearing is drags on society are being removed. I haven't heard you yet mention someone who should stay alive.
Have they killed any YouTubers from the early 2010s?
Yeah.
So far so good. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That's the scariest kind of violence. Like the just random, no meaning, no reason, no incentive, no motive, just an attack.
I've told this before, but like in my high school, a guy got punched hard. I think they wired his jaw shut while it healed, and he did nothing to deserve it. Nothing. And he was talking to me. He's like, "Woody, I would have never believed that people hit you for no reason."
Yeah.
And, he's like, "But I didn't even know these guys." There was, it sucked. It was a race thing. He was white. That's what he did wrong.
He got.
I know what that's like.
For it.
I didn't hear your words, Taylor.
Oh, I said he got clobbered
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's no good.
Yeah, it just sucks.
I saw there's a, I don't know who it is, but in our Discord, somebody changed their name to Hypothetical Single Woody, and their profile picture is like you all ripped up.
Do you really not know who it is?
I don't know who it is.
He's going to be using your photos to catfish women.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's someone who like changed their name to that, or if it's someone who's like brand new and that's just their bag. But I like to imagine that I only saw his name like hours ago, like right before we started. I didn't see what he was even saying, but I like to imagine that he stays in character and he is Hypothetical Single Woody, and he's just all aloof and talking about getting. What would Hypothetical Single Woody call like getting pussy? Like he'd have his. What would he call it?
It should be like a. I don't know, like a term that's even older than actual.
Yeah,
like snogging or something. I don't know.
I've been out there swiping strange all week, son.
I like snogging, the British one. Do they still say that?
But see, Hypothetical Single Woody would be trying to like pick up some Zoomer stuff too. Like he'd want to stay as like young. He'd want to be trying to stay as like young and hip as possible. So he'd be like.
That's some great pussy, no cap, for real. Like that's what Woody would be.
That pussy's goated. Would he say that the pussy was goated with the sauce?
Yeah, he'd say it was goated. After he finished, he would.
Yeah.
I'm looking up outdated.
Damn, bae, that pussy was goated with the sauce. Yeah. Gotta fly, and then he'd be out.
Yeah, just a bunch of Zoomer terms mixed in with stuff from the late 1800s. Ooh, it was called Venus's honeypot in the early 1700s.
I looked. I don't know when this is from, but I guess hot cockles is a thing people used to say.
Hot cockles.
Yo, bitch, let me get some of that quim.
What is that?
Quim.
Quim is pussy.
No, I would. We engaged in services of the flesh or something like that.
How about some coitus, mommy?
What's your point, mommy? Let me see those milkers. Yeah. Let me see those big mommy milkers.
I like Hypothetical Single Woody. He's rad.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that guy.
Dude, Hypothetical Single Woody is rad.
Is he in the 50? Am I going to meet him?
I hope. I mean, I hope not because of the.
Zach says yes. Nice.
Oh, you're going to take a trip up Mount Pleasant. A 1748 term for pussy. Petticoat Lane. Privy Council. Well, these are getting too old. Altar of Venus. Can't imagine people were actually saying that. The Netherlands. That's funny. I think that predates the Netherlands. That's what it was based on. Yeah, Hypothetical Single Woody would be slaying with his co-opting of Zoomer humor.
Oh, now's the time to sign up for Patreon if you want. New month has begun. Oh, and April Fools. Do you guys ever do anything for April Fools?
I haven't in many years, no.
I did one time. I've told this story before, but I thought it was brilliant. So I'm working at Cisco, and first of all, you have to understand all my coworkers are Indian, and they're just culturally so respectful that they're easy to fool. They believe everything you say. So I wrote a letter of resignation to the whole department saying that, and I acted like everyone knew, like this was like everyone knows I've been wanting to be an author for quite some time now. And I've decided to get into technical audiobooks. And you have to understand, like I even included an audio snippet in my resignation email that was like, here's a little piece, a snippet from my upcoming book. And it's like, C# # open parentheses open bracket.
That's really funny. Some coder humor.
$, then ... for close parentheses close bracket close.
Once you hear it, it's the most like you realize this needs to be in print form. You can't follow it all mentally. And they were just wishing me good luck in my next career all day long. That was my favorite.
All right,
April Fool's.
That's hilarious.
So I've been looking in for a new hobby. I want to do a thing. Okay. And I've narrowed it down to two things. They're completely different.
Magic the Gathering?
Right? No, I'm either going to learn piano and grab myself one of those keyboards because, like, honestly, that seems like a really easy instrument to learn. Like once you get some basic movements down, like I feel like you can.
Yeah, 3 days, you're gold.
It's the intricate. I struggle with the guitar because my stupid freak fingers don't want to like do the intricate movements up here. But with like pianos, it seems like more like typing almost. And
you're
that
flexing
I
on me, Mr. Two working hands. But carry on.
You know. And so it's either that or something completely different. I found this YouTube series where the guy teaches you how to code.
Oh,
and I think he was teaching Python in like 4 fucking hours, and I was like, wait, like the basics, like the introductory, and he's like, no, you can pretty much like do it now. And I don't know, I watched like 30 minutes of it, and I found it to be like it made so much sense, and it seemed so easy, and I came to realize, and you'll be the one to correct me if I'm wrong. I came to believe that maybe coding was one of those things like building your own PC that sound really hard to do, but like once you understand some core concepts, it's like adult Legos.
Computer programming, according to me, isn't what people think it is. What people think it is Kyle says, Woody, I want a system that does this. And then I, being bilingual, translate that into computer stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Here's what it actually is. Kyle says, I want a system that does this. And like any normal person has left out 80% of the details. Kyle didn't tell me like how to verify that an email is an email, right? What are the fucking rules for an email? It has to have an @ sign, but it can't have 2 @ signs. It can have a period, but it can only have 1 period after the @ sign. Otherwise, it's not valid. It can have letters, it can have numbers, but it can't have certain things that are on your keyboard. Like the rules around what is a valid email are so complicated that alone, like no one would describe that. And I could just go on and on about all the error cases, all the little corner situations that aren't described in a business analyst spec. What a computer programmer is actually doing is making a system that works and does all the things he forgot to tell you. That's the biggest part of the job and being good at it.
That makes sense. Because I mean, the business admin or whoever, they don't even know the questions to ask because they're so distanced from it. Like their job is sales, and they're just like, just tell the computer people to do this. Like, and they'll put it on, on the net.
Something as simple as like, hey, when they click on the tracking number, it should open it up in the shipping company's website so they can see when it's coming.
Yeah.
That's an easy thing to say, right? But to get it right, how do you identify which tracking number is from which company so it knows where to open it? Like all that shit is complicated. And, and anyway, so there's a lot they leave out, and a computer programmer has to fill in all those blanks. That's the actual bulk of the job.
Gotcha. So piano then, huh?
I believe that you could learn Python and you're smart. It's kind of an IQ test all the time and you do well there. But it's not a fun hobby. Like you're not going to build things that capture your interest. Maybe
it looked fun at first.
Well, what did you want to make? What was your?
I don't know. No, I wasn't making anything. It was just the basics of. Just
or I guess like maybe Woody can point you in a different direction within the same kind of coding arena. Like, what was your end goal? Just to know how to do it?
Oh,
you didn't have like a project in mind?
No, it would literally be to like take a course.
Okay.
It like literally like just like I don't know, the same way I'm going to do with the piano thing, right? Like I don't really have a goal. I don't want to be a concert pianist or anything. I just kind of want to like know how to do it and be able to do it, and like maybe pick one song that's like, even though isn't a beginner song, just memorize how to do that one song, and that would make me so happy if I could just sit down and do like, I don't know, Sweet Caroline, dun dun, like anything. Pick
that's
a song.
A good choice. I don't know if it's hard or
I don't either. I look
in terms of like if I could know a song, that'd be high on the list.
Yeah, keyboards are fairly affordable. Like you don't have to spend like $1,000 to get a good keyboard. It seems like $300 or $400 buys you a pretty fucking nice keyboard.
I don't know. Every time you see a keyboard and show it to an actual pianist, they're like, how hard I press the keys isn't related to the sound that comes out. It's just kind of an on-off. I hate this thing. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't weigh right. I don't know.
I think I also watched like Bo Burnham, and then he's
a comedian, storyteller guy.
He plays piano.
God, I love his songs. Like he's got 2 or 3 really good songs, like that are funny, and one of them's really poignant about celebrities. It might be called Celebrity or something like that. No, he's really good. He's interesting.
I think I'm taking an unpopular position, but my issue with Bo Burnham's comedy is all of it is wrapped around this idea that I'm the only smart person, right? Bo is the only guy who knows what's going on, and he just points out how everyone on Earth is stupid except for him. And he makes songs mocking other people and the other people's priorities and everything. And it's like, bro, you're just as dumb as us, in my opinion. you know? On the other hand, he's not young anymore, but I hate the position I just put myself in of like shitting on a young guy trying to make his dream come true, you know? So like I'm rooting for him, but I wish that he had a little more self-deprecation wrapped in his stuff. That would make me feel good.
I don't really know. I'm not familiar with his stuff really. And so it's not about him. The style of comedy intermixed with the piano and music, that's not my jam. I don't really like that. Like when I see like a stand-up be like, all right, we're going to change up the tune. It's like, oh, okay, well, I am not going to like this bit, most likely.
See, I just like musical comedians, I think, because I also like Rodney Carrington.
I don't know who that is.
I mean, he's got the song. It's like "Show Them to Me, Show Them to Me."
Oh, I know that guy.
Unclasp your bra and set those puppies free. You'd look a whole lot better without that sweater, and I'll be in ecstasy.
What's his name?
Don't stop, Kyle.
Rodney Carrington.
I'm about to take my shirt off.
So like, there's a great YouTube video of him like performing that in a concert like hall, and when he gets to the chorus every time, when he gets to "Show Them to Me," chicks in the crowd everywhere are pulling their tits out, and the crowd is cutting to each of them in sequence, like uncensored. And it's like there's a lot of nice titties. Yeah. He's got a lot of songs like that. He's funny. And he's
but Bo Burnham doesn't do that, so.
No,
Bo Burnham should. That would make it better if he got more titties to show. Do you know there's a rock band that does that? Are they Panther? There's like a fake rock band.
Fake rock band?
Dude, I love these guys. I actually like their song, their music. I listen to it sometimes like unironically, okay. But they are like a parody of a band. They're pretending to be a rock band, but they're a rock band, but they're kind of like making fun of it with the hair and the outfits and stuff. They're a self-aware 80s hair band that is current. Okay. And they have a song about showing boobs, and the women in the audience just all show their boobs. Oh, it's nice. Pretty great.
Yeah, I think I often see clips on Reddit of like I don't know, some punk show or something. I never know who they are, obviously, because I don't listen to that stuff. But they're like pissing on stage, like where the women are. Like they're like spreading their hoo-ha and like just jettisoning piss all over the crowd, like the first row. And the dudes are just like, I don't know, they look like they're real thirsty. I guess I'll describe it that way. And,
for a nice hot drink.
Yeah, and like who knows if she's hydrated? I don't know.
Probably not. Looks like Surge.
Yeah. At least, as long as it doesn't look like Orbits. That's a throwback joke. You remember that beverage, Orbits?
Yeah, I never had one, but I remember the commercials.
It's got these little floating balls of gelatin like floating around in there. It was disgusting. I drank one. I think it was like coconut or pina colada. I was a kid.
Coconut, not a good flavor for kids.
I like coconut. I'm a fan.
As a kid, like during Halloween, you were okay with Almond Joys and Mounds. I hated those.
Almond Joy is one of my favorite candies. It's like top 3 for me.
As a child, even.
Always. And as a
sociopath,
we never had desserts in our home unless my dad would like bring them home. Like my mom would never like purchase them or bake them or whatever. But my dad would stop by like Shoney's because they had like a pie counter there. And he'd like grab a pie and bring it home sometimes. And it was always either a coconut cake or a strawberry pie. So those are the only 2 desserts I really was exposed to as a child because we just didn't do desserts.
Yeah, we didn't really do desserts either. All my snacks as like a kid was salty stuff for the most part.
Checks out.
Yeah, it does. So, and they're just better. Salty stuff is better than sweet stuff. It's more satisfying. And it's a longer snacking process generally. A little sweet thing, a little candy bar, you're done in one bite.
I think it's nicer because, you know, it makes you thirsty. So it's a whole thing. It slows you down a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. Keeps you hydrated.
But yeah, I would feel like so sick to my stomach if I sat down and like ate a whole box of like chocolate covered cherries. And those are one of my favorite candies, by the way. But if I sat down and I ate like a whole bag of Lay's, it'd be like, oh, that was pretty fucking good, huh? Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. And you could eat 3 bags of Lay's. It disappears in your stomach.
Are we talking about family size bags? Because that's
do they sell other sizes?
No, I'm talking about the bushel bag. It's 5 family size bags dumped into one.
Oh, I've got that one. It comes in an oil drum. Just keep it in your yard and go out there and feast.
Oh, speaking of oil, I saw that on two sides of the world, Putin is saying to the Europeans he'd like to be paid in rubles. They're saying no, the contract says euros, and he's saying, well, maybe you don't want any gas this year. He's talking about cutting the gas off. That's got to be a bluff. But over here, Biden is saying he's going to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the strategic oil reserves, which seems to me like a drop in the bucket. I don't know how many barrels of oil the U.S. uses a day, but the number 40 million wouldn't fucking surprise me. Who knows?
Yeah, it's got to be an insane
makes
amount.
Money on that. So for people who know nothing about this is how it works. America has approximately 1 gazillion barrels of oil on stock at any given time. It's in case we go to war, but we also use it for oil price smoothing. So if the price of oil skyrockets like it has not in recent times, we let oil out, and that increases the supply, which in turn lowers the price. And then you would assume that we restock it when the price is low. So there's a bit of, I think it's called arbitrage. There's a bit of an arbitrage thing going on here where we buy low and sell high all the time. I wonder if not only are we doing kind of a public good by lowering oil prices when they're high, but also making money.
Is it to try and prevent or to undercut Russia forcing like Germany and shit to buy?
It's done all the time. No. Anytime the oil price goes too high.
Oh no, I meant like now. I don't know.
This is currently being done to lower gas prices at the pump. As soon as like all right, so just keep in mind the pump that's at the gas that's at the gas station right now, whatever he bought that at, he's going to sell it for that. They're doing some math up there, but whenever that's gone in like a week, 10 days at the most, the gas price should drop. They think in the nature of 10 to 35 cents per gallon.
Hopefully.
I haven't driven since this thing's happened. I've stayed in my little area, or I've let somebody else do the driving. Same tank of gas. Bought it for like $2.25. $2.25.
That gas has been in there for 9 months.
You bought it in like 1985.
Gas is cheaper here. What's the cheapest gas price that you
$3.89 is the lowest I saw today.
No, that you can remember ever.
Oh, I remember when breaking $1 seemed expensive. Mm-hmm. I'm old.
I remember 80s.
I don't remember that.
When Racetrack came to Livonia, Georgia, and it was the first. It's a modern
station.
It's a modern gas station with like a 24 pumps or whatever, instead of like the small podunk towns have like 6 or 8 pumps or something. Anyway, whenever they came, I think they did some sort of like introductory rate, like lowered their gas artificially on purpose and lost some money, and it was 86 cents a gallon.
Whoa.
It's 86 cents a gallon for regular unleaded. And they sold like Pepsi products in like the cube, the 24 pack for $5.55. So like it was jam packed. Like there was a fair going on at the fucking gas station that weekend. So like after that, they just took everybody's business, and all the little stations went out of business, and then they put the prices where they belong.
Do you guys ever do that too? You're like, I kind of need gas, but this isn't the one I go to. I can make it home. Like that gas station's ever done anything to earn my...
No, I got no brand loyalty with... I do like the people at my gas station, but I don't think I'm doing them a favor by like pumping their gas. I didn't think there was much of a margin on gas. I thought it was all about what's in the store.
I think so too. Yeah.
As far as they're concerned, they probably would be like, if you're just stopping for gas, keep it rolling.
I just pick whatever the nicest
gas is bait.
Yeah. You need the gas, but they want you to buy their food and their snacks and their overpriced drinks and all that stuff in there.
It makes money, just not as much as you think. Like you spend $70 and they're making $4 or something, but they probably do want your $4.
I wouldn't say I have any brand loyalty, but like if there's a mobile,
I'd be surprised if
Phillips 66, I'm always going to go to a Quick Trip because it's Quick Trip.
I bet the markup's only like a penny a gallon. Oh, Zach, help us. What's the markup on a gallon of gasoline at the store? I know there's like a bunch of state and federal tax that amounts to usually like 12 to 20 cents or something like that per gallon. But I just feel like the guy at the gas station, like at Chevron or whatever, he's only making like a penny.
15 cents.
15. That's shocking.
Okay, that's real money. Yeah.
What is 20 times 15?
20 times 15 cents.
$3.
Yeah.
I was pretty close. I'll
take it. I'll take $3 on that. That's approved. Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope it does help the price of gas. I have been. I'm going on a trip tomorrow. I'm going to do a lot of stuff, driving around, doing things. And
you taking the car or the motorcycle?
This will be a car trip, but I've been riding the bike a bunch. The weather's nice.
Me too.
But and then I want to go on a trip later in the year. I want to fly somewhere and do a thing. I've got some ideas, but like I don't know what are airline prices like right now. Has it like I know
in January they were not high.
They're higher than normal now. Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, I was booking a flight recently, and it was more than usual.
Like, let's say the flight was normally $250. Now it's
$300, not $500 or anything.
See, that's not the end of the world, though. You know, but like I'm if I was going to go like on some kind of a vacation somewhere to some island that will have my criminal ass,
Hawaii, yeah.
No, I'm sure there's like some territories down there, the Dominican Republic or something like that. I just need to do a little research. One of those.
Okay.
But
Thailand seemed cool, according to a guest a few weeks ago.
I don't. Yeah, actually, it did sound cool.
Get into kickboxing?
I have no interest in the kickboxing.
Dude,
well, you have a huge interest in penis.
I mean, based on the WhatsApp conversation,
but big ones.
He likes
big ones. That's the
you're gonna have to stay out of the Asian places. You're gonna have to go to Africa.
We're going. That's why we're going to the duck. I'm gonna have my own YouTube show, like Monster Hunters, where the guy was looking for the biggest fish across the world, and it's just cocks.
No, it's still called Monster Hunters.
It's still called Monster Hunters, but we're in Uganda and we ain't fishing.
Look at that.
Look at the girth of it alone. The yaw.
You've got a safari hat on. looking for dicks.
I'm sneaking into like African men's rooms.
You're like seeking financing from prestigious universities.
Kyle's all excited. Kyle, no, that's a rhinoceros.
Racism solved. All skin tastes the same. Like that's.
I wonder if that's true.
Probably. I'd imagine everything.
True.
If all skin tastes the same,
why wouldn't all skin taste the same?
I'll explain. And some of you will think this is racist, but I
love
don't.
where this is going because I already know the answer.
Do you really?
I know what you're going to say, and I know that.
I think you don't.
I didn't know it was a question.
Hang on. Let me. Don't look at what I type over there. I'm going to say that Woody thinks that. That's what Woody thinks.
No, that's not it.
You can't look at it. Damn it.
It pops up on screen.
Here's where it was coming from. My observation is that based on race, people sweating smells different. And because smell and taste are so tightly intertwined, I wonder if skin tastes different. Now, I'm not talking about licking people. Or maybe I am. I'm not sure. I'm just sort of this is the genesis of a new idea.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about eating people primarily. And I think that if they sweat a different smell, then they probably have a different taste.
Let me ask you this. If a black family adopted a white man, would he taste the same as his adopted family?
That's crossed my mind. Like perhaps it's just a cultural diet thing that makes different people smell differently. But maybe not. Like to Kyle, I don't know why. If I told you that across races everywhere, heights are the same, you'd be like, that's actually just not true. That's not true. I can tell you that
those fucking
Asian people are shorter, and these Scandinavian people are taller. Like, look, Woody, you can't say all races are the same height. You're just wrong. You're wrong. If I said strength, you'd be like, no, Woody, I actually have looked into this. I could predict testosterone values by race. They're not all the same strength. Sure, individually, some are strong, some are weak, or whatever.
You saying the black man's gonna taste gamey?
Dude, I don't know how. I haven't tasted enough people. I'm just beginning my research.
This Chinaman tastes like a girl.
but you know what I'm saying is there are other markers where you'd be like, yeah, they aren't all the same height. Yeah, they aren't all the same strength. Why would they all be the same taste? It's your wokeness, Kyle. You just want to believe that everyone tastes the same because you're so woke. But
fucking woke bullshit. I've had enough of it.
I've had enough of your woke bullshit. People taste differently, Kyle.
I do. Like, I know this from talking to a good friend of mine who's Chinese from China, and she's like, "Oh, white people, their BO is noticeably worse than Chinese people."
So it's not noticeably worse; it's noticeably different.
Well, she says she doesn't have to wear deodorant.
Of course she doesn't. Of course she doesn't. Anyone who doesn't wear deodorant doesn't think they smells. I was at a smoke shop like the other day buying some fucking coils or something for this vape, and the guy in front of me, this disgusting excuse for a human being, smelled so much of BO. I waited till he walked out, and then I was like, why? You know, I'm not gonna confront him, felon.
Yeah.
So, but I will humiliate him after he's gone, and I was like, am I the only one that smelled that stinky fuck? And the lady behind the counter went, BO, how do they not realize? And I'm like, that's what everyone has said every time I've ever heard it. Every time me and some others have picked on somebody behind their back about their BO, someone has always inevitably said, how do they not know? The answer is you get used to your own stink.
Yeah.
All right.
It's got to be like nose blindness too.
Oh, here's a great, I like these. We should make a book of these and sell it. Here's a tip for adults out there, right? Okay, you've moved out of home, you just got your first apartment, maybe you've been living on your own for a while. Your place could be really smelly and you wouldn't know it. Like if you've got like some old stinky laundry or like a blanket that got like wet and didn't get completely dry and you're like fuck it and threw it in the closet, like you've gotten used to that stinky smell that you're like like that bachelor lifestyle is going to create, like whether it's like dirty dishes, whether it's a garbage disposal that you don't like regularly like clean and like sanitize. Like houses can have all sorts of weird smells, and if a woman comes to your house and your place smells, she is not coming back. It does not matter what happens after the smell. Like
100% right about that. So first of all, I'm going to flex a little bit. I smell good. I've been getting compliments on my smell. I had somebody ask me recently what soap I use because they wanted to replicate my smell. Ooh. I smell of Dove soap, cool fresh Speed Stick, and coconut lip balm. Typically, that's my smell. Don't take it.
You want an upgrade? You want an upgrade?
I'm listening.
If you're not using the hair loss shampoo that I've told everyone that I know to use, whether you're losing your hair or not, if you're not using that, get some coconut shampoo. It makes your head into this thing. Like every time you like shake your head, it's like you're like shaking some pheromones out.
That might be an upgrade because I think the head and shoulders is a good thing going on now, but maybe yours is better.
Dude, you get some I use that.
What's the shampoo you're talking about?
On the other hand, I want to finish my thought. Yeah. When I come back to my house, like maybe I've been away for a weekend, which happens a lot. I'm like, dogs live here. Dogs live here. Our dogs are old, and you can't have two old dogs the size of horses and have that not reflect on the scent of your home. It just
yeah. That's the thing. If you go away on vacation and you come back, you've been desensitized or you've been resensitized to the smell,
right?
And you can and then you can get it. But you've got to stay on that if you're going to be an adult.
My house smells like candles. I love candles.
Whether you're a man or a woman, like if you want to have like social interactions and have people not pick on you behind your back and be the smelly person, I've mentioned a few times, I had that ex-girlfriend who had a friend who had a cat, and her place smelled like cat piss.
Yeah.
So strongly that I was uncomfortable being there, that I wanted out. I immediately I'm wanting to get to the balcony. Like, hey, Kyle really likes it out there. It's so cold. I wanted to like lean in and be like, your home smells worse than a men's room. Yeah.
My eyes are burning from the ammonia lingering in your home.
Yeah, and I grew up on a poultry farm. I've smelled things
that smells horrible.
Things you can't imagine. I don't talk about it a lot because when I talk about PTSD, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, I've seen some shit. All right, you ever had a chicken flick a kernel of diarrhea into your eyeball? I have.
You're lucky you didn't lose the eye.
You ever had? I did lose. This is a glass eye.
That'd be so funny if you had a glass eye.
What if I popped out a glass eye and I'd been like the whole time? Like,
it would be a bigger twist than anything in my entire life if you revealed a glass eye right now.
If I had lost my eye to the cancer, I totally would have gotten a glass eye and not told anyone. So it like
after every show, I'm privately texting Woody like, it's so sad. He's like, we don't know what he's looking at. Look, just
what are you guys talking about? No, I got both eyes still, thankfully. Hopefully that doesn't come back. That was rough.
I wanted to know, piano number one. Was there a backup behind the piano? Like a backup instrument that you would learn instead of keyboard?
I like the piano. I think that's one that I can do because like growing up, my grandmother had a piano and my cousin always took piano lessons. She's like, I would say if like a 10 is a concert pianist who gets paid to play the piano, and if like 0 is me, she's like a 7 or an 8 maybe. Like someone who played their entire childhood and went to like recitals and stuff like that plays complex pieces. But I never got into it. But I would sit down there and like play fucking chopsticks and shit and like basic stuff. And it seemed pretty easy to memorize like any basic kid song, like anything that goes like da 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 da. Like as long as it doesn't get all complicated and you're not moving around, it seemed pretty easy to me.
I never got past like the home row level of piano when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Where like, obviously like keyboard, like your hands are all in the same place. Like you don't have to move and jive all around. I hated piano so much. I remember like being filled with so much resentment. I was like 7, 8, 9 years old, and I'd have to get driven to this lady's house a few neighborhoods over. And every week, all right, Taylor, show me what you've learned. It's like, I haven't learned. I've actively tried to forget you, kid. I had 6 hockey practices this week. I'm not spending any of my free time on this bullshit. And I never got any better. And eventually just a war of attrition, like realizing how much money my parents were just pissing away. Like they just let me quit.
So you resented the piano lessons. I had the opposite experience as a kid. I had a guy come and teach me guitar, and I wanted to learn to play guitar. I just didn't want to put in effort. Like I wanted the skill, but I didn't want to try. So all the resentment was on the instructor's behalf. You could tell he just hated. He would ring the doorbell, then start walking away. We'd have to run and catch him like before he left the steps because he was reluctantly show up at the house and make a run for it. It was funny.
I have a question. How old do you think you were before you became like fully socially aware of like when you were and were not like, sticking your foot in your mouth or interjecting yourself into a situation that doesn't make any sense? Because like I was recently thinking about my childhood.
I'll figure that out in the next few years.
Yeah, I still feel like I make mistakes about that stuff.
All right, if we're gonna make a goddamn joke of it, then let me tell you about this embarrassing. let me tell you this embarrassing fucking memory I have.
Woody's like, yeah, we're all memeing.
Fair enough. No, I was thinking about like a couple of things from my childhood where like someone else, the adult in the situation should have been like, don't do that. That's weird. Like that time I went with my mother's special ed class to that aquarium as the
poo girl,
the only one there who didn't have donkey brains. But third grade me thought free field trip. Of course I'll go with the retarded kids. And it's like, but now I'm like, man, like I wonder if anybody was like, yeah, Kyle's with the retarded kids. I think he is one of them. Like maybe that rumor started in third grade and I never knew.
Where did you go that day? Like the park or something?
No, the Tennessee Aquarium.
I guarantee like the employees at that aquarium were like, I can hardly tell. He
asked me for a keychain and picked out his own dehydrated ice cream. Yeah. Poor thing. What's he gonna do with that keychain?
No diaper bulge? Yeah.
300 keychains on the rack, and he recognized his own name. That one there's got a future.
and like
he's gonna be the best janitor we've ever known.
I don't think janitor to school is the worst job. I don't think they work that hard. What do you push the broom through the hallway?
Lots of vomit and like piss and shit.
Lots or like one a week?
No, like every day. Like
once a day.
Let me see what time it is. My mother teaches in an elementary school. Let me see how often someone shits the bathroom.
Well, that's
shits all over the bathroom. You mean? I bet it's regular.
I have a question. How often does one of the kids
poop,
shit themselves in the bathroom and make a huge mess for the janitor, or throw up something messy like that?
Ooh, I'm waiting with bated breath for the response.
Well, we'll see.
I know that like. This may have been like late middle school, even early high school. I remember there was this janitor who got straight up bullied by the popular kids in my grade and the grade above me. Like they would be cunty little shits to this janitor. Like they were rich kids and the janitor was obviously a janitor, not like a middle-aged guy. And I remember like this one cunt, like it had to do with him like not turning on the vending machines or something at the right time, which, when the vending machines weren't turned on, I was like, oh, damn it, I wanted a Gatorade.
Why are they off?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why they were off.
But dumb.
Like people like bullying this guy, being like, do your job. Like you're a 16-year-old, like berating
hang on a minute.
2-year-old man. Like,
what time of day was it? This
was like probably like 2 p.m. It's like towards the end of school. Yeah.
So why are the vending machines not on so that the students can stay hydrated?
It's not like they were off every day. I'm sure they were just out of stuff and didn't stock it.
So the kids would have no way to even plan ahead because it was so random when they would or would not be able to get a beverage.
You're right.
So let's just say my son, my son runs track. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of your student athletes that you're all supposedly so proud of. And after the coaches had him out there running lap after lap, after school, mind you, he ran all the way back because he knew he could get something to drink. Of course, the fountains don't work, but the soda machine's there. Guess what? It was turned off. Why are we turning soda machines off? Are we locking the sugar down in a school? Do you know what the pregnancy rate among your student body is, sir?
Probably not great.
You get that fucking hobo in line, get that machine on and kept on.
I mean, but it was a dichotomy of janitors. The one guy, he seemed like a little bit of a simpleton, and I felt really bad for him when he was getting bullied. There was there were both guys I'm talking. I know, a tragedy. And then the other guy, also a white guy, he was like a janitor who, like, when you were a senior, you were allowed to like fuck off in study hall and go do your own thing. And you could like even just go to a different area, like the common area, and sit at a table there where there's more space and more privacy. And if like he saw you fucking off or talking to a friend during your study hall, he would come over like he was a teacher and like reprimand you. And that guy sucked. So I guess it's not all janitors. Another movement. Have we learned anything?
She gives me like this terrible answer. I have no idea. I don't have a home room anymore, so I don't ever hear stuff. Okay, well, in your 20 years of teaching, okay, Mom. Well, in your decades of experience, perhaps, how often does that sort of thing happen? I'm having a conversation with someone, and I wanted some data from someone who should be informed.
You bitch.
I get that from doctors a lot. I'm like, hey, you know what? So I have this shoulder injury. What's the prognosis look like? But what will I be like 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, 8 weeks from now? Can you help me out? Just looking for a little time.
This is a real conference. This is really what I sort of said.
And they're like, let me get my crystal ball. And I'm like, am I your first patient? Can you perhaps draw on your 15 years of shoulder repair experience and let me know? No, that you're thinking this is Jackie. It's not. Although she's doing really well. She went to the doctor today. They had amazing news. The doctor was practically strutting at her range of motion and how well it went and how perfect the x-rays he saw were. They have her shoulder put back together with some sort of twine they could pull a boat with, they told her.
What?
And I'm like, pulling boats is not hard. They're kind of weightless. But
until you said that, I was so like, whoa.
Right?
I'm pretty sure I could pull a boat with some bubble tape.
You never see him pull ski boats around in strongman competitions or anything.
I remember the one that really came to me a couple days ago. That was that like early childhood moment where it's like, why didn't an adult say no? Why didn't adults say no? So I've told you about like going to horse camp, right?
Mm-hmm.
How I went to horse camp, and I was just like, wait a minute, wasn't I the only guy there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went to like little girl horse camp.
And you didn't even care. You're in your Davy Crockett vest and your hat, having a ball.
Like here's the situation. Like there was just this day when, like, you know how it is when you're a kid, right? Like you don't know where you're going in the car. You're just in the car. You're going somewhere. And like, I guess I was maybe 11, 12, maybe. And we go down this dirt road and there's like horses and stables. And there's this lady talking to my parents. And they're like, okay, that sounds good. Well, okay. Well, she's going to be in horse camp. It's going to be fun. And my sister's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, I want to go to horse camp. And they're like, do you? I'm like, yeah. And I guess they just went, you got room for one more? And they just put me in fucking horse camp. Now, horse camp was like
an overnight camp?
No, horse camp was a thing where, like, I think it was in the summer, so there's no school. So like, I think like every day for like several weeks, we were there for like entire afternoons from like 10 a.m. to like 4 p.m. or something, horse camping it up, like riding horses, brushing horses. And like, I'm thinking back, and it's like, there was one girl who was my age, because I went to high school with her, Meredith, and good Meredith, not whore Meredith. And
you know who you are.
Everybody knows if they know. No, I'm pretty sure I went to little girl horse camp because I distinctly remember, you might imagine, the woman who runs a horse camp, her daughters are into horse stuff.
Yeah.
They're barrel racing champions. Well, they're like 14, 15. And so there comes a time when like the 15-year-old has to look after us for a little bit. And there's my like 11 or 12-year-old ass, like sitting in her bedroom full of barrel racing trophies and ribbons, like incredibly awkward. But I don't know to feel awkward. And I thought about that.
You just want to ride the horses.
I thought about this shit like a night or two ago and started sweating. I was like, why didn't
you were 11? You didn't do anything bad.
I might have been. I think I was 12, maybe. I was like, why didn't anybody tell me that I was at little girl horse camp? And I wasn't even trying to like get laid or anything. I was interested in the fucking horses. I mean, it was a good time. I learned to ride horses and stuff and brush them and, you know, braid their manes and stuff. No, I didn't, not that. There was no.
Seems braiding. Like it was a good all around experience until you got old enough to remember it.
Yeah, you have to appreciate the social ramifications of going to little girl horse camp.
That sounds hot. Yeah. Hear me out. Does it make sense to be the male cheerleader? Right? Does it? Like, I feel like that might be the move. No, is the male cheerleader getting all the female cheerleaders? Is that a thing? Or in concept, I guess they're going for the
athletes,
the football players, the athletes that they're cheering on. But tell me, you know, that male cheerleader is an athlete too, and he's probably good looking. He's big and strong. He's picking you up all day long.
My guess is all the cheerleaders are interested in the athletes,
and
not the male cheerleaders.
No, they are too. That's yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sharp as a marble over here.
There was only one male cheerleader at our school, and he was very gay. He was a black guy. And I know he was gay because it was often a point of contention because someone would call him a slur and then his sister would beat the shit out of him.
She, a big lady?
She was
powerful.
She wasn't big, but even we were the same age.
She had spunk.
I was afraid of her.
So did he.
Womp womp.
I don't think I got it.
See, because of gay.
Spunk is in women in general, I guess.
Nope. Ejaculate.
Wait, he said he was afraid of her.
No, he said he had spunk.
I didn't get what he was replying.
That got me good. Kyle just nope. No, I didn't go to any like really embarrassing camps as a kid or any. I'm trying to remember to think of a good one. I went to a horrible sports camp once.
I got another one.
I wanted to go. Yeah, what do you got?
I got another one. God damn it. This one's just as bad, isn't it?
Just as sweat inducing.
So like when I was homeschooled, like I only kept in touch with like one friend from school really. And that wasn't a big peer group. So I started making friends with like one of the sons of one of my dad's friends who was like a year older than me, but like seemed like he was out of school a lot farming too. But anyway, like they went to church and this is the Super Wow trip. This is when I like got somehow tricked into going to Super Wow. It's the big religious meetup down at like Jekyll Island where like every church sends their youth to like sing together and hopefully not fuck each other, but I'm sure that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, for anyone who's not like socially retarded like I was anyway, because I was like 14 at this point, and like that was just what was I doing there? Thinking back, like I didn't know any of those people. I was just there.
Did your parents make you go?
No. It was
you probably just thought it was more fun. Like you were going to a fun event.
I remember it now. They tricked me. They sold me on it, and they sold me on Super Soaker fights in particular. That to me, that sounded awesome.
It does sound fun.
They were like, yeah, we've all got like the best Super Soakers. And to like a 14-year-old, you mean it's got like 2 pumps or something? No, double barrels, and the barrels spin, and you're like, oh, like I was so into this idea. Maybe I was 13. 13 sounds more right. But anyway, like they sold me on that Super Soaker fight. And they sold me on going to water parks and the beach, and we got there, and there was a lot of singing and a lot of praying and a lot of watching WWE and not being allowed to go near the girls. And it was a lame fucking trip. And I think I was there for a fucking week, dude. We took a bus. Do you know how long? A church bus, not a real bus.
Wasn't even a nice one.
It was one of those like church. It's not even a bus. It's like a van. It was a van. I rode in a van with the benches. I rode in a van to Jekyll Island.
Church's bread
to go to something called Super Wow voluntarily. The worst part is I had to work to earn my ticket there. Like
what?
Yeah, they had like these big barbecues where they sell like chicken plates.
You got so hoodwinked,
and they had me out there like brushing like chicken down with vinegar and spices for like 2 weekends straight, like to earn my way.
You're just slave labor to earn your way into boring church.
I don't know what that was paying for. Looking back, I think we rented the little house we were in, but it was shit. That's another socially retarded moment.
Did they actually let you have Super Soaker fights at the camp?
Well, I put warm water in mine, and I scored somebody's dad who was wearing a Lacoste shirt, and he got super pissy and yelled at me because it was going to shrink.
What an asshole! Asshole.
I don't think it will either.
I don't know why I put warm water in there. I just thought it was. I don't know. It was like there's the faucet. Like, I'll put warm water in there. Like I don't know. I was 13.
Yeah, who cares?
They yelled at me. They got super mad about
That's so over the line.
Shirt. Yeah, I remember that well. They were real mad about it.
Oh, Christian camps were exactly what you said. They sold you the moon on the go in, and then they fucked you on the come out. Here he is.
I came, mommy, daddy. I came.
How are you, Harley?
Woody, I didn't come.
That's all right. All right. That's exactly what you meant. Okay.
Did you do a jism?
I did a baby jism. Ew, don't say baby jism. I'll see myself.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
It is.
So Harley, thank you for coming by. Yeah. How is
this my record? Is this my record for being the latest ever?
It was just a teaser. People have been waiting the whole time to hear about this incredible event.
We've been sitting here quietly for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, all right. Start over. I want to hear everything I missed.
There'll be 10 minutes left of the show.
we do fucking all the same jokes again. So you're doing the IDubbz fight.
Yeah.
And you've conscripted Sam Hyde to get you in punching form. So what is your full plan leading up to it?
I'll give you guys like the whole thing, how it even got here to begin with.
Definitely.
IDubbz, I don't have like a savage killer instinct in me. I'm not Kyle, you know what I mean? I don't have that. So when IDubbz like, oh, do you want to, who wants to box? I was like, me. And he was like, oh, great. But I didn't think he would ever find someone to box me. Because I'm 6'5", like 290. And I always watch these YouTube boxing events. Did you guys watch these ever? You ever watch them?
I've seen some of the highlights of them.
Especially the main event, that Logan Paul and Jake Paul.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I watched all these things. It's like a guilty pleasure of mine watching them. But I also, like, if you came to my house and saw my YouTube recommended, you'd be like, this is terrible. It's just like, it's like a 2-hour video about a YouTuber that I hate, narrated by a YouTuber I hate even more. Don't ask me why I sit down and watch this shit, but it's a guilty pleasure and I do it.
Yeah.
And the boxing events, my buddies always like, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? And I'd be like, yeah, right. You know, you don't have to pay me so much to do it. Yeah, well, it turns out you don't have to pay me anything. That's just where my career is at now. I have to box. I have to punch another YouTuber. But the thing is, I was like, yeah, let's do it. And when he hit me back, and I'm going to give you guys all the inside shit right now.
Yes.
When he hit me back, I was supposed to box a guy named Anomaly, who I don't know if you know.
I'm not familiar.
He's a YouTuber. I'm familiar with him because he did a video called Autistic Mealtime, Part 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
And he's like he's like my height, 6'5". He's 300 pounds. We're both like, you know, gamers. We both, you know, have penises that probably look really small compared to our huge bodies. And I was excited to box him, and he always wears like a ski mask.
Wait, you wanted to fight someone your own size? That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I did, but he's like me. He's like a gamer. And I used to call him up, and I'd be like, just so you know, like I'm not like I'm not like a guy that's like savage killer instinct, like I'm gonna go gloves up and fuck you up or anything. We're gonna be two huge dudes in there. It'll be a show no matter what happens. We'll have big gloves on. It's gonna be fine. And he was pretty down for it, but you know, with his training, something happened. He wasn't comfortable moving ahead. And then I was gonna box this guy named Chills, who I wasn't familiar with, but he's Canadian, I think, and he's like, you know, 6'3", and he does these narrating videos. And then he apparently had a history of playing hockey. So that didn't work out because he had some previous injuries. And then I was going to box this guy S-Fand. And I looked him up, and he's like shorter than me, and he looks like, you know, relatively out of shape as I am. But he was Division I football player, like university. So I was like, I don't know, like, you know, something like that. Like just an athlete scares me. And then I was talking to IDubbz, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to commit to this because I don't want to get there. And, you know, whoever I was going to fight doesn't show up. All these opponents are changing. I don't want to get there that day, and they're going to be like, your opponent didn't show up, so you're fighting the Black Bradley Martin twins. Yeah, and that's not a scenario I wanted to be in because I would get fucked up. Yeah, I don't want to die in the ring.
Right.
And I've never boxed before. I got in like one fight like so long ago. My size has always prevented me from ever having to get into a fight. But I started training, and then IDubbz hit me up and said I was going to box Aaron from Game Grumps. And he's like 6'2" or 6'3", like 235 pounds or so. I'm definitely bigger than him. And no matter what, I have mad respect because he's getting in the ring with me, and he probably thinks like I'm a real guy and I know how to punch and stuff, which I don't, but I'm way bigger. So like I wouldn't get in the ring with a guy who's like 60 pounds bigger than me. Imagine that, like a 350-pound guy. Yeah, he would fuck me. He would fuck me in the ass.
Yeah, the fight would stop when he decided it stopped.
If the skill level is even close, if the skill, you'd have to be such a good boxer that you just wouldn't care. And I mean, there's plenty of those guys.
Kyle, I'm not such a good boxer.
Yeah, I'm not at all. Yeah, it's so you've been training. Have you been doing sparring?
Yeah, so I did sparring like with my coach. He's like a professional boxing coach. We did sparring, and everything I learned for like the month leading up to that was humbling Because then when you start sparring, you do weird shit. I do weird shit. I'm like kicking my back leg when I punch and stuff. It's just so ugly. I would never show you guys the footage. And I sparred against another guy, another coach who's like a cruiserweight, and he's had like 100 fights. We sparred, but then he was like, I'm going to link you up with a guy who's bigger, like a heavyweight, so you could see what it's like. So I'm like, yeah. So then I spar this heavyweight, and like I'm punching him, and he's just like walking into it. He's comfortable. He's like, you know, he's not scared of any punches I'm giving him, and he just walks in. He's inside. I got hit in the stomach, and I was like, "Oy vey!" Like I sounded like my dad in the morning putting on socks. It was really. Oh, no. I started cracking up in the ring at how funny it was. And I looked up Aaron from Game Grumps. He's smaller, and I'm in the scenario where I'm like, you know what? If I get knocked out by Aaron from Game Grumps, it's embarrassing because he's like a YouTube loser that wears a fedora. But so am I. I'm a YouTube loser. But getting knocked out by a smaller one is just, you know, it's unacceptable. It's going to be rough. Yeah, I'm not going to be invited back to PKA for like 2 years.
Yeah, it is true.
We're going to become friends with him.
He's here.
Yeah, he's going to be our new regular guest.
Trial by combat, like whoever.
That's
how it works.
So, but then I was like, if I knock him out, also though, it's barely a win because it's like, yeah, we expected you to. You know what I mean?
I don't expect anybody to get knocked out in these kind of fights. Like when it's two guys who haven't made a career out of knocking other human beings out. It's harder than you'd think, right? Like I don't know, just the coordination of like boxing with another person and neither of us falling over for 15 minutes. That means we did pretty good.
It's so hard. I've used this analogy before, right? But like everybody thinks that probably they're good at throwing a punch because they're good at similar activities, like taking a book off the shelf, right? I can take a book off the shelf with flawless precision, and they're pretty relatable, right? I promise you, throwing a punch, especially throwing it hard, is difficult. And then when you add to that your frame of reference is you're used to watching UFC fighters, or maybe Floyd Mayweather, or even the Paul brothers or something, do that. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Coffee time. Everyone who sees this done is used to seeing it done by an expert. And now they see it done by my slow white ass, and they're like, that guy completely sucks. It's like, no, you don't understand. I'm like a 3 out of 10. I worked hard to get here. Yeah. But you're used to watching 10 out of 10s, and by well, I guess 3 out of 10 is not that impressive, but it is what it is. So yeah, I would be impressed if you look like you had good form and courage. Right? You don't even need to win, right? Just look like you trained for this and show some courage, and I'm blown away.
Okay, well, that's funny you say that, because I was there and I was learning to do, form and all that. But earlier, before the IDubbz thing happened, I was actually messaging Sam Hyde. I happened to be watching his stuff on my stream, and he just said in a video before the IDubbz thing was announced, but I was already committed to the IDubbz thing. He was like, yeah, I want to box Hassan, whatever. And then he was like, you know what? I'd even box the Epic Mealtime guy. And he said that just at the end of the video. And me with like 3 boxing lessons, I was like, I'll box you. And then we got on the phone. He was like, $25,000 if you box me, $100,000 if you knock me out. And I was like, who are you, Sam? Like, who are you? Like, I'm not now, if you came in, you were like $100 to box me, $500 if you knock me out. I'm like, okay, bitch. But $100,000 knockout, it's like no one's putting that up unless they have like, a lot of confidence. And I've seen so many videos of him punching and kicking and doing all this shit for like years, and I've never been like a fan of combat. And this is just a guy that, like, he's a guy that likes to fight. Like, I actually believe that when Sam took
IDubbz really big under the
bridge. Yeah, he is. He's 6'4", 270. And when he took IDubbz under that bridge in that little documentary, and he was getting IDubbz to punch him, and he was kind of hitting IDubbz back. I believe that was the conception of this boxing event. Because if that happened to me, ever since I started punching, I feel much better. I'm good. Like, there are some people in life that I'd be like, oh, he's muscular, I would never punch him. And now I'm like, oh, I would get in the ring with that guy. I'm confident to last a round at least. I won't win, but I can go in the ring with him. And I think IDubbz was like maybe, and I'm making this up, and I talked to Ian a lot, obviously, but he started training a lot like around since then. And now this event is happening. And so, you know, like I think in some ways, like I think of like, you know, watching Sam and then getting on the phone with Sam, speaking to IDubbz, being in the event and watching their video, which by the way, the Sam Hyde cut of IDubbz documentary followed by the IDubbz cut of the Sam Hyde documentary is like my favorite back-to-back videos this year. It was such good content, both of them. I loved it. So I had an open line to Sam and I was talking to him and he was like, hey, why don't you send me your sparring footage? And I was like, okay. Oh, because I told him, I was like, you know, I sparred a heavyweight and it really wasn't so comfortable. I didn't do that well. And he was like, oh, send it to me. And I sent it to him, which I think in a way was like trusting because, you know, he did that video with IDubbz and he released it early. He like forced IDubbz's hand to release that video.
Well, pause, I think he didn't do anything for like 6 or 9 months. Like early is pretty relative. He was under the impression IDubbz would never release it, so he didn't want to.
So he did it, but he didn't even like hit him up, being like, "By the way, I'm going to release this shit."
Okay.
So I sent him a sparring video, which if he uploaded it, it would be hilarious content because he'd be like, look at the epic mealtime guy. He's such a fucking idiot. And I would love that video if he did that. Don't do that if he ever sees this. But I sent it to him and I was like, yeah, you know, if this gets sent out, like it breaks an NDA, I can't be on camera fighting someone else. And, you know, I sure as hell don't want to get ripped up by you know, I don't want to get lampooned by Sam Hyde and my fighting skills before the match. But I sent it to him and I think he maybe appreciated that I trusted him in that sense because he sent me back like a long list of voice memos. It was practically like speaking on the phone. He was like, how long into your fight? And I was like 7 weeks. He was like, okay, you're trash. You're very bad at this. You look all sorts of fucked up in there. I'm going to have you. If you can, do you want to come here? And I was like, yeah. Okay. I was like, how big are you? He's like 6'4", 270. And I was like, okay. So if I go and I fight Sam Hyde twice a day, every single day for 7 weeks, a single game grump should be pretty easy for me.
Oh, yeah. He's going to take you on the bridge.
I shaved my beard off because I don't want to bring the sauce boss with me. I just got here. Got here. I'm in Cigarette Hooker Hotel. Sam told me to book this hotel. It's terrifying. But if I was,
I just realized this just got a lot cooler.
This is where we do the trading.
Oh no!
If I were to book my own hotel, I know me, I would get like some sick hotel in Rhode Island. I'd be like ordering room service, but instead, like the stench that I know is here, hidden by like perfume made to like hide cigarette and like old vagina juice smell. Yep. It's like I feel like it's just I'm in full beast mode.
It's like I said, Harley, it's hard to get up and run if you're sleeping in silk sheets.
Yeah. So I shaved my beard. I left the sauce boss at home, and I'm going to be a pupil.
You know, you really
and I'm going to be a pupil too. Yes, that would be cool. I would come to visit you for that one then. 7 weeks of steroids.
I can't help you that, but I know who can.
So is your first day of real training tomorrow then?
This is Sam Hyde. Remember, it's Sam Hyde.
It might be any minute, huh?
It's literally the second I'm done here, I have a mysterious address that on Google Maps looks like a parking lot. And I'm going to meet him there. And I'm like, it'll be about midnight. He's like, that's okay. And I'm like, great. I'm like that too. So I'm like, okay. So I gave the keys of my life to maybe one of the only guys on the internet that makes me feel nervous. That guy. I gave him the keys to my life, and he blocked off the next 2 weeks of his life, and he's got a fucking bonkers life. I don't even know what's happening there, but content is always getting uploaded and shit's always happening on his social media. So I'm going to he's gonna have, you know, his weeks blocked off, and I'm gonna go there, and I'm just like, no ego. I don't care. Like I do make a good student. I knew what it takes to be a teacher, so I know how to be a student as well. No ego. I'm willing to learn. It was very difficult saying to my boxing coach, a pro boxing coach, I'm like, oh, I'm leaving to do a fight camp. He's like, oh, with who? And I'm like, oh, the ghost of Kiev. You ever read How to Bomb the U.S. Government? Have you ever read that book?
Is he going to upload this?
Sergeant Maggot?
Like, it's my, I don't know, if I'm reading between the lines, Sam Hyde is like, I'll train you. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to make some dope videos out of this. Maybe?
It looks like, from what I understand, and also I never know what to expect.
Right.
Like I was like, maybe I'm going there and he's just going to jump me. Like maybe I'm going there and he's just going to jump me. I'm the one making the videos. I brought a cameraman with me and everything's going to be documented. And it looks like that's what he wanted in exchange for the training. It seems. I mean, if he films shit, that's cool. I'm not going to say anything, that's fine. I like the content. But I'm the one that's going to be documenting it. So it'll be, I guess, from my perspective. Yeah.
I have another question.
Can I just say one thing? And you probably already know this, so forgive me if it's insulting. Don't stop rolling ever. There's you need a lot of the camera has to always be recording because that guy's so odd. That guy's so interesting. Like there's going to be some little moment. If you turn that fucking camera off, something's going to happen, and you're going to wish it was on.
Ties into my question, which was, Harley, how do you know, or do you know Sam has your best interests in mind? I can totally imagine. Like, I'm a YouTube boxer, right? Sam Hyde calls me, says, Woody, you should come here and train. I pack up my life. I head out to, I don't know, under a bridge somewhere, and he doesn't show. Right? He did that to IDubbz for like 4 days in a row or something. Like, how do you know he's not there to fuck with you?
I don't, and that's kind of the fun part of this.
Okay.
I'm always in control in my life for the last 10 years. So relinquishing control to a complete psychopath is kind of in a way. This is like in a weird way. It's like, I love being in control. I'm all about control. Not having control is nice, I guess.
Sure.
Scary. I don't know. It's different. I've been bored the last couple years.
You're just putting yourself in Sam Hyde's capable hands.
No, I love what you've done here. I love it. I love like uprooting and just going to do this thing. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. Like I bet you're so excited about it tonight, right? Like this is gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah.
Tonight being the show.
You've never met him, right? Like this is the first time you're laying eyes on this dude.
So my cameraman is a very good friend of mine. It was a guy I used to film stuff with for like the last 15 years. When I ever did something on camera, he was the guy that filmed me the first time. He's a very good friend. He's obsessed with Sam Hyde. So like we're in the car and we're driving and it's like quiet. What's that?
I'm sorry. I was he in Vermont? That your cameraman, good friend? Maybe I remember him.
No,
I went to Vermont with you
from my hometown, Montreal.
Everyone you brought.
That's true. We did.
Okay, so the answer is no, though. He wasn't in Vermont. Okay.
No, he's from Montreal.
He wasn't on that trip with us. That's what I mean by Vermont. I went to Vermont.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, none of those. Yeah. His name's Brian. He's a cool dude, and we're sitting there, and it's like quiet, and I was just like, "What do you think Sam Hyde smells like?" It's not a thing you would think of. You would never think of that, and like smell.
Yeah, we would never talk about such a thing.
No. So, but now I'm going to see him and I'm like, he's going to be so big and like, we're going to smell him. Like he's going to be big. Like, when I come into a room, you could smell me. I'm just so much skin, much more skin is in the room now. So you'll smell it.
Harley, do you think different people taste different?
Oh, for sure.
Let me ask you this. Do you think different races taste different? More specifically, I'm going to use a very specific scenario. Just stick with me here. This will be okay. It's not as bad as you think. Let's say a white family adopts like an Asian child and a black child, and they live with that family their whole lives, all eating the same stuff, living the same lives, and then I butcher that whole family. Will they taste different because they're a different race?
Do you mind if I fast track to like my thought process that might not directly answer your question, but I've done this debate.
Okay.
Indians, I've decided Indian people taste the best. I happen to very much East Indian. I happen to very much enjoy Indian food, and a lot of my closest Indian friends, a lot of their cuisine permeates through their skin. So if you were to butcher an Indian family, I feel like they're already marinated and spiced, and I think that they will taste better than you.
First of all, Indian people taste like Indian food. That's a given. But I think a white person fed Indian food would taste the same way, is my argument.
You think so?
They gotta be. They have to be fed. But if they're like fourth generation white person having been eaten Indian food, birthed by two white people that only ate Indian food, birthed by two people that only ate Indian food, it's got to go deeper.
Yeah, the numbers are off with the births there, but I get your point.
I don't know about all that, but I'm just thinking about those like what is it that ham, that Iperigo ham or whatever, where they feed the pigs
in Spain,
the acorns, the Spanish acorns. That's all they eat, so their meat is like super delicious and expensive or whatever. Like, I just think that if you took a white kid and you fed him the diet, he's not going to taste any different. I think that all the races taste the same.
I want to eat him the least.
White kids fed Indian food?
That's what I decided. I think I want to eat them the least.
I'd like
Jews included. Jews included. Wait, I don't.
But are Jews kosher?
Some of them are.
Well, I heard cannibals cannibals refer to humans as long bacon because apparently we taste a lot like bacon.
Yeah,
and apparently firefighters say that burning human flesh smells like bacon sometimes, or the burn ward of a hospital might smell a little bit like bacon.
Yeah,
it's gross.
So, hey, don't threaten me with a good time. You know what I'm saying?
No, I would definitely eat people if it were like legal and served on a menu. I would try people. I would like to know what people I'm eating though, because like I don't want to eat like a gross dude.
No, see, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be like I wouldn't sit down at the table and they'd be like, you're Asian man, sir, and I'd be like, no, I want a white man. I feel like that's racist. I would be thank you.
How is it any more racist than picking yellowfin tuna over like albacore?
Well, that's specious, right?
No,
it's right though.
Different race of fish.
We are
different race of fish.
Yeah, I'm feeling.
Which fish is the oppressor here?
Last night I had dark meat. Tonight I want white meat. There's nothing racist about that. I just like mixing it up.
Of course, you don't want to have the same person all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. If someone put down dark meat and you're like, I want white meat is the best, and you looked in everyone's eyes at the table, I think, that would be racist, maybe.
That's a lot of dogs.
Like morally posturing that you're better than someone as you're eating people. Like that's pretty racist of you. You need to evaluate. That's a lot to unpack, sweetie, as you're carving into someone's calf.
I think I would rather eat. I think if I had to eat either a person or a dog, I would eat the person.
No. Yeah. I'd eat a naughty dog.
How about this? If you choose person, they're gonna kill a homeless man, and if you choose dog, they're gonna kill your dog, and you have to eat your dog.
Wait. You're telling me I get to kill a homeless man and save my dog?
That's what I'm saying.
Tough one. Do I get money too?
What's door number 3? A blowjob? God damn.
I think out of you three, I'd want to eat Taylor the most.
I'm definitely the best marbled.
I feel like you have an excellent rump roast that I can get out of you. That's what I'm saying.
He has one.
I feel like Kyle maybe like 2 years ago. Kyle now, I'm like, this is too tough. This meat, it's like horse meat.
It's chewy.
I would
take like chemically smell like taste.
I would eat Kyle first just for the T bump, right? You know when those fighters go off to Thailand and they're like, I've been eating horse meat the whole time. That's why I tested positive. That's why I'm eating Kyle.
Dude, if you ate a steak of me, you would legit fail a test. There's no fucking way. USADA would be all over you. You had one. I don't think you could swallow one of my loads without testing positive. Like you'd be running hot.
If only there was some way to find out.
I mean,
don't threaten me with a good time.
Plenty to go around.
Real quick.
Welcome. That reminds me, our sponsor, Lock and Load.
Yeah, it reminds us of our sponsor. I'm gonna do the ads real quick, and then we can jump back into talking about whatever we want to, Sam Hyde in the fight or something else. This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here, and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to get that first month free, just the $5 in shipping. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. That's code PKA. Check it out. You're going to get your dick, and we've said it before, your dick's going to look angry. It's going to look out for vengeance, out for blood, and it's a good way for your dick to look. It's active, it's virile, it's veiny. Like, you're going to feel your dick. You're going to reach down and grab your hard cock, and you're going to go, where'd this come from? Where's this? Whose dick is this?
Day.
You're going to go, did someone sneak in? Give me a better dick? No.
I wasn't paying attention, Taylor, and I thought you were doing the lock and load. And you're like, if you want more confidence in the bedroom, I'm like, when did our ad get so professional? Taylor usually makes that shit up as he goes along.
No, this is a real sponsor. So check out Blue Chew. This episode also brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. Cinnamon's the best way to go. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your dip, or get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including the gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use that promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. So check them out. And as always,
I would never buy nicotine products from anyone else.
Never. And this episode of PKA and all others brought to you by Lock and Load, the finest volume increasing, libido supporting, blood flow improving product, in my opinion, on the market. I think it's the highest quality. You're going to drink a lot of water because you're going to be feeling drier after you release these immense amounts of fluid from your body. So everyone's going to love it. Your girlfriend, your boyfriend, I was going to say parents.
Me. They'll love it.
They'll love it. Give this to your dad for this father. The perfect stocking stuffer for your father are cum pills. So check it out. I think it's great. The secret finally slipped, and now my grandparents know that we're selling cum pills on the internet. And
get out there and make Taylor's grandpa proud. Buy yourself not 1 bottle, but 2.
She was asking me the other day. We were on the phone, and she's like, "And how's that? I know you're selling those pills. How's all that going?" I'm like, Grandma, you genuinely wouldn't believe it. Like at how many people are buying these. She's like, well, that's, it's something. Like, that was about it. But yeah, so yeah, even my grandparents know the efficacy and wonderfulness of this product. So check it out. Also use code PKA for any other of Derek's products that you want. He's got some excellent pre-workouts, proteins, and everything else.
It legitimately works. So I came so much last night. I had to do laundry. I wanted to take a picture. It was like, oh my God.
You should have taken a picture.
I literally said, I have to do laundry now, and pulled the sheets off the bed. It was awful. It's
awfully fun.
I mean, I got Tide Pod money, I guess. You know,
it really does laundry. Work.
It's staggering amounts of cum.
Staggering.
Hilariously effective, I think, which is my favorite description of it. It is hilarious. So coupon code PKA also works on everything else on the Gorilla Mind site. Gorilla Mind, kind of the thing they do is actual efficacious dosages of all the stuff. If it comes from Gorilla Mind, it's not garbage. That's just what's up.
Very true. It's high quality stuff. So,
but like this guy you're fighting, I saw the tweet you had with the picture of that guy. That's legit the guy you're fighting.
Yeah, that's him. Like, obviously, like maybe 9 years ago or something.
Okay. So there's a lot. Is there more of him to
this tweet?
Is there more of him to tussle with these days?
Yeah, if you look up Aaron Game Grumps on Google, you'll just see him. He's like a bigger guy, you know.
Okay.
Like big enough that I shouldn't underestimate him, but not big enough that I would.
That you're afraid to troll him right now.
Yeah,
I do that. I want to do that. See, this goes back to Sam Hyde again. Another thing is I was like, I've been talking to Aaron, you know, where we said we're going to troll each other online. And Sam was like, you need to stop texting him immediately. You need to start dehumanizing this person because you are going to fuck him up. That is not a human. That's not your friend anymore. That's the enemy. And he said a bunch of things, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to head down there. Yeah, that's what he looks like. I was like, you know what, Sam? I'm going to head down there. He said a bunch of things that really that got me that made sense. He was like, your energy expenditure in this sparring doesn't make sense. People don't understand what it's like to move someone like yourself. Like, I understand that you are not a Dominican janitor. You cannot bounce around. You don't have that body. You can't throw your arms like a little Chinese man.
You're never be athletic, Harley. You're gonna burn some fuel, right? You're not a Prius in there. You're literally a fucking V8. Yeah. You're gonna run out of gas if you don't preserve your energy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you're not athletic like that. You're not black. These are not things you can do. And then
did he explain to you that you're not Dominican?
That whole time I was like taking it. You know me. You know, I'm like my racist radar is like, you know, and I'm like, wait, no, but then he was like, you ever play Elden Ring? And I'm like, go on. He's like, you can't sit there and oh, am I glitching out a little bit?
No, you're doing great.
You're good.
Am I back again? Okay,
you're all good. You're all good.
Really
wait, am I?
Your audio. Your audio is good.
He was like, yeah. You ever play Elden Ring? He was like, you ever play Elden Ring? Like, you know, like you put your shield up. Try and hold your shield up while an enemy is attacking you. Your stamina will burn out before their stamina burns out. You have to be on the attack. So, like what you were saying, Woody, you were like, oh, if you go out there and you train and you look good, like you practiced and you trained, you know, that's important to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I said was
Sam was like, listen, form, like my form looks good, right? Like if I look like I trained and my form looks good.
He has a delay. So you just want to let him talk.
I'm sorry. So Harley, I'll be quiet. Please explain what you're saying.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's hotel shit internet. He was like, what I'm gonna do for you is I'm gonna turn you into something that, you know, the announcers that are announcing the fight, they're gonna look at it and they'll be like, what the fuck is Harley doing? Harley's fucked up. He doesn't know how to box. This looks terrible. Because like you're not going to be boxing a boxer. Like, I'm going to teach you to maul this person. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be ugly. It's not going to look good. It's going to be disgusting. You are going to go over there and you are going to completely maul him and take control of the fight. And it's not going to look like any boxing match anyone has ever seen. And that's when I was like, how big are you? And he was like, I'm 6'4", 270. I'm like, okay, so I'm going to come down and I'll fight you twice a day, every single day. You are going to show me what to do, and we're going to do that.
Now we're trolling him. Harley, how long is the fight? I'm going for how many minutes per round and how many rounds?
5 rounds, 2 minutes per round, no headgear. and we're looking at 16-ounce gloves. So the 5 rounds is long. 2-minute rounds is not particularly long, but they want 5 rounds because they want there to be a victor. I sparred many times 5 rounds, 2 minutes. It is fucking brutal. Yep. I've done 5 rounds, 3 minutes to try and push. And as of right now, by the 4th round, I'm like done, gassed. I can't even, I'm like, knock me out, please. Let me go to sleep. Just fucking knock me out.
Yeah, just doing heavy bag work for like that much time is just brutal. It's I can't imagine sparring.
And I think it's pretty wild that, you know, Sam and I have never, I actually told him, I was like, oh, I'm going on PKA. Maybe you should come, like when they ask training questions, you should hop on and answer. And he's like, oh, PKA. He's like, those guys are cool. And I'm like, yeah, they would love you on. I'm like, they would love you on. He was like, oh, I would go on, except the subreddit is filled with toxic idiots.
Who said that?
No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that. He didn't say that, Sam. He didn't say that about the subreddit. But I was on the subreddit. I was like, Sam Hyde. Oh my God. But he was like, yeah, I would go on that in the future for sure. He's like, but right now I'm in like savage kill mode, like overboost level 5. If I went on that show, I'm not going to be funny.
He did like, tweet a picture of your opponent with kill mode engaged.
He's like, I won't be funny. I can't go on there. I'm not going to be funny. I'm not going to be entertaining. He's like, I am mentally prepared to work on footwork with you in a parking lot for hours. So I was like, cool. Yeah, that's the priority.
You know what's a little weird to me?
I was like, fuck him.
Why in a parking lot? Like, why not like in his garage or a gym or
under a bridge?
Anything but a parking
under a bridge lot. Also makes sense. Under a bridge. I mean, I like that. I want that.
Dude, I'm so excited for you.
This is such great content.
I hope. I really want you to record all this. I'll watch it, whatever you do with it. I'm hyped. I'm so excited to see what comes of this. You're there for how many weeks?
Oh, hold on. Someone's knocking on my door.
2 weeks, I think he said.
This is about to happen.
Is it?
Can we be quiet to see if
we can hear?
Come see me take my podcast for a second. This is my buddy Brian.
Okay.
He's the guy that came down with me to film. They said we can't turn the camera off at any point. You were never going to do that anyways, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I need the batteries.
Yeah, he came in here to get a charger. We literally have like 50 batteries. He's going to handle that shit.
This is going to be so great. I mean, Sam Hyde himself is just a content machine, but having him this motivated to get Harley up and running for boxing.
The only thing that could make this better is if the opponent was someone that we here like actually hated. Oh, that would make this so fun. Like that would make me want to like go like watch it in person or something. I don't know anything about this guy he's fighting, but like,
dude, if they let
kill mode engaged, apparently,
I'll buy the fight if they let Sam Hyde hang out in the corner. That would be great.
What'd you guys say?
I'm saying I'm hoping that they let Sam Hyde, your trainer, be in your corner during the fight. They won't let him.
No, they don't want him at the event. There are people with reputations that don't want to be, I guess, attached to a guy that wrote a book called How to Bomb the U.S. Government. He also said, he says, I don't like talking for him too much, but like it is exciting for me because I am a fan of his content. So, he's going to knock me out a couple times this week. So fuck him. He said that.
Pat, can you bring up a picture of Sam Hyde's book just for everyone to see?
He says he doesn't like flying. He doesn't fly. And he gave me a reason. But in my head canon, I was like, oh, he's on a no-flight list. That's like my head canon of it. That's like, but IDubbz expressed, like I asked IDubbz, I was like, hey, I was doing something with Sam planning before you released your videos, you and him. Is there any bad blood there? I don't want there to be any bad blood. And he was like, IDubbz was like, no, do what you want. But, he was like, obviously, good luck. He was like, I had a very difficult time working with Sam.
There's a chapter called Overweight Women.
Yeah. And it's right before the child molesters chapter.
and right before elf weapons. I need the book.
Yeah.
I need the book.
I honestly, like, if I go wherever places I go, if I see any of his merch, I'm just gonna be like, can I have this? Can I have this? I completely forget what I was gonna say. I got thrown off by elf weapons.
Right?
You're talking about how he's not allowed at the event.
Oh yeah, they don't. They expressed on like a Happy Punch promo, like Twitter thing, that they weren't comfortable with that. People they're like, Dr. Mike is boxing, and she was like, yeah, like they were like, Dr. Mike, like as an example, doesn't want to be on a card with Sam. And you know, I think like we're bringing it back to like, how can I trust him, Woody? Like you asked, he really wants to box like Hassan. He wants to box Joe Rogan. He wants to do that. And if he's gonna like publicly attach himself, making me his fighter, and I go in and I get fucked up, like no one will take him seriously as a boxer or in the craft of it all. So I believe in his desire to want to, you know, fight people.
Yeah.
So I think he will. I think he will take care of me there. Like he said to me, he was like, if you come down here, I guarantee you a victory. And I did believe that. I really did. And I can't deny the fact that like training twice a day, every day is a thing. I'm gonna be locked up in this shitty hotel room, literally waiting for Sam Hyde to kick the door open and be like, let's go every single day.
Like we went quiet because we thought maybe he was gonna like kidnap you into the night. That was like training begins now.
I did. I'm gonna give him a key to my room, and I'm like, yeah, you can hop in with like your boys and like fuck me up when I'm sleeping, just so my situational awareness is completely peaked. I want to be like at any point, because you know what my fear was if I got in this boxing match is like if I get knocked out, it sucks that it's a game grump. You know, and it's not even JonTron, you know, it's this guy. And if I get knocked out, I want it to be clean. Like I want to get knocked out.
Yeah.
What I fear is if I get knocked out and I'm on the ground, like,
oh yeah,
like still trying to fight. Like in my head, I think
like you grab the ref, and you're like bear hugging him, like trying to drag him down
like
with
on
you.
The ground, I'm like. And I don't think I feel like Sam wouldn't let that happen. I feel like he's going to.
I think that you're
a different person.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Like, I don't for a second doubt that. I don't think he's punking you for 1 second. Like he genuinely wants to be involved in this boxing world, and you're his in. And yeah, he wants you very evidently to not just win, but but dominate him so hard that it's like that's a story of the night. Like, do you see Harley brutalize that poor game grump who's not even JonTron?
And if that happens, I'm calling out the doc, because that's who I really wanted to box the whole time. I was like, who's scary, my size, and like just like peak like physical performance is Dr. Disrespect. And I was like, that's a guy that I'm comfortable fighting. And even like if I lose, there's a lot of grace to be had in that. And I thought that he would be like a very much a worthy opponent.
Is he as big as you are?
Yeah, I think he's taller than me.
Oh,
yeah, he's taller than me. So I like that. I've even been crazy lately. I'm working out a lot and like boxing a lot. So I look at pictures of Martin Ford and I'm like, I would get into a ring with Martin Ford. I would. That's for sure. Yeah, look at that. See?
Super tall.
Wouldn't you want that guy to fucking knock you out?
Although I mean, that other guy's 4'7", so he's
the other guy. He looks like an extra in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
My mom was like, "You're going to see this guy. Like, do you even know him?" And I'm like, And my dad's like, "Well, can you trust him?" And I'm like, The only person I would have.
Be honest. Did you to comfort them? Did you go? He's Jew.
I didn't, and on the way out, my mom was like, "Drive safe." I'm like, "Okay." A lot of people think he's a Nazi, and she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Nothing. Bye." I swear, we recorded that. We recorded that. The only person I know that would come and do this with me is Brian, the guy that was just here. He's filmed a bunch of stuff for me. He's like such a good cameraman. He's like one of my best friends for a long time, and he's just like so excited for this shit. Like he's just excited. A lot of people are like, I would never go there. I would never do that. And
really?
I'm like, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you are. It's awesome for
I'm glad that we get a little window into this.
Yeah, for sure. Because the whole
you tweeted Taylor. You were like, if Harley and Sam Hyde box, like Sam Hyde would probably fuck me up. Like,
well, he knows
probably fuck me up. Fighting, but like fighting means something to him.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting doesn't mean something to me. I'm not here to train to fight a game grump. I'm here because it's me versus me, the paradox that drives us all. And and the only person that's going to break that out of me would be someone like him. There's not many people that I would give the keys to. He's Kyle and I'm Wings. And we are going to get a new fucking shower installed. 100%.
I didn't know where that was going for a second. I was like, wait, what?
I love that he intentionally put you in that shithole room to ensure that there is no level of comfort to keep you from wanting to train.
Yeah, I got in here and I was like, oh, it stinks. And I was like, and even Brian was like, he's like, this is perfect though. And I'm like, yeah, it is. It is. I'm gonna like sit on this fucking cum couch and like think, and like I'm not even gonna get to do my.
Until he got there.
I'm not even gonna get to do my favorite thing, which is beat off in hotel rooms, because I want to be like filled with cum. I want to be full aggression all the time. Like I want to be filled up with so much cum to the brim that like if I knock out Aaron, I want like one drop to just uncontrollably come out the tip of my penis. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying I want some lock and load, please, from you guys. If I win my fight, could you do that? Just send me one bottle.
Absolutely.
For free though. You understand?
For free.
Yeah, we'll give you the free one. Yeah.
If you win, we'll hook Sam Hyde up with some too.
I don't.
No lock and load for losers.
Send us. No. If you'll privately send us your address, then we'll send it to Derek, and we'll actually send you and Sam Hyde some pills.
Sure.
That's the smart thing to do.
I'm gonna bring that up because we're documenting everything. I'm gonna be like, when I'm taking 5 or like skipping rope or something, I'm like, oh, by the way, a couple of my boys at PKA said they're gonna send you some pills for your cum.
Tell them.
Like, okay, take a lap. Yeah,
take a lap. I mean, it's peak male virility, like semen retention. There's so much real science behind it.
Hey, I'm sold already.
Yeah,
you got me. You guys got me a long time ago on that. Yeah, boxing has been very difficult, but you know what? I look at combat sports and exercise differently now, and I look at like wrestling as looks like the hardest fucking thing in the world to me. Now that I understand how hard boxing is, something like my respect for wrestlers, not even like WWE, but like fucking actual like wrestlers, Brazilian jiu-jitsu shit, like is fucking tiring. You're just two men wrapped up, like using all your strength constantly, and you're trying to be like explosive. Like that's hard. Like I used to be like, when I was going to the gym to like lift weights, I'm like, I'm going to exercise or I'm going to work out. Like that's not even it. That's lifting weights to me. It's just lifting weights. Like boxing is a workout. Like that's what fucks me up. Like things like I've never felt like close to passing out before. I was also in terrible shape. I mean, I'm still kind of like in bad shape, but
I mean, it doesn't look like the guy that you're fighting is in great shape. Like these aren't.
But
like,
the thing is, like, it's like those people. I don't know the word. Well, I do know the word, but I don't want to say it. But those people where you change the schedule last minute and they freak out and bang their head on the wall and stuff. You know those people.
Yeah.
They're known for their strength. They're known for their strength. They're known for no. You know what I'm talking about. They have a special bus.
Yes, I got it after strength.
Yeah, they have strength that shouldn't be underestimated.
Is this a Palestinian thing?
No, it's retard strength.
Because I don't take sides.
What did you just say?
I feel like I'm gonna drug. I won't be drug into this.
I won't be drug into this Zionist propaganda.
Wait, aren't you guys Trump guys?
I don't even know anymore.
Okay. No.
But...
Although I mean, if you have, it depends who you're choosing from, I guess. Like
he just put the U.S.
I've said before
US
many
embassy
times
in Jerusalem, so I thought that was like a big thing.
I've said before, in solidarity with Kyle, I'm never voting again.
Bro, I hate it all. I feel like people get like, it sounds like everyone says this shit so cliche, but I feel like everyone's so distracted with stuff. Like we get so distracted. Like, so who's wrong, Chris Rock or Will Smith? It's like, yo, shut the fuck up about all of that right now. We all hate like a lot of shit that's going on, and somehow we've turned like politicians into like sports teams for us. People like love these fucking guys, like, and like, you know, if I say something, I'm like, oh, I don't like this. Oh, people are like, oh, so you're a fan of this guy? I'm like, no, I said I don't like that. I don't like that either. I don't like a lot of shit that's going on. I feel like a lot of people can agree on a lot of topics, but instead we're like talking about which words you can say and not say. Like we really do look like we don't talk about the important things or the things that we all agree on. We focus on like the petty shit, you know, what you can tweet and what you can't tweet.
Yeah.
I'm tired of all that.
Agreed. Yeah, it's easy to get people fixated on minutia and battle about that. And you're right with the whole like being forced into binary situations where you can be like, I don't like that so-and-so did this with foreign policy. And they're like, oh, so you think Biden should just start World War III? Then it's like, no one thinks that, retard. Like,
hey, you can't say that word.
They can't take that one from me.
You can't say that word. I'm fighting Aaron from Game Grumps, and he might listen to this and be offended.
Oh,
as a retard himself.
Here's the one I've evolved to. I used to hate people who said both sides are the same. I was like, oh man, that is such a puss thing to say. And by the way, both sides aren't the same. Look at this, that, and the other thing. But the trouble is, in places where, say, the left owns everything, or places where the right owns everything, right? They're just politically dominant. It seems like they land on about the same thing. The left doesn't do what they said they wish they could, right? Take the infrastructure bill that didn't pass, right? Everyone was for, except for 2 Democratic senators. And it's like, it's not that they didn't want to, it's just that they couldn't get it done. But in areas where they could have got it done, they don't. And I'm coming to this lame place of both sides are the same.
Did you see
with some things they are?
You see the poll results on the Don't Say Gay bill when people were presented with the language of the bill?
I have no idea.
61% of registered Democrats were for the bill when read the language of the bill.
I'm in between. So on the surface, like I guess I worry that it's bad, but I don't know the details of it, so I haven't spoken out about it.
It says something like there won't be any sexual education for children from kindergarten to 3rd grade, or any education that's deemed harmful to them as judged by the state. Like it's something like pretty vanilla like that.
Stops at 3rd grade.
Part of the language said what I just said. There may be more.
Sounds familiar. I'm also not following.
I don't have it in front of me anymore. I read it this afternoon.
No.
Hockey playoffs are about.
I saw a board. Masvidal was with the governor of Florida. Like he gave the governor of Florida that bad motherfucker belt. I'm pretty sure he's hoping for a pardon on the assault charges for attacking Colby Covington. He did $15,000 worth of damage to Colby's Rolly, apparently.
His what?
Watch, Rolex. I don't know how he's got a $90,000 Rolex, but I guess it's covered with like gems or something. But said $15,000 for that, and then I don't know what else. Something else.
It was just another thought on the boxing thing, so I'll go back to it. You go ahead, Woody.
Oh, my guess was that Colby is kind of running up the bill. Like maybe he's got a bro that's a watch repairman who wrote him a $15,000 estimate or something like that.
I saw a picture of it. It looks shiny. So it could be.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe I'm off then.
I mean, I'm sure he's not going for this, the lowest bidder.
I mean, you know my stance.
He went to his diamond Rolex guy. I'm sure.
What I'm saying, like, sure, Colby talked about his family, but Masvidal had no right to go up and hit that guy. I've been consistent on this from the get-go. Masvidal's a jerk.
Woody
said this last week, dude.
I don't think you were consistent. I don't think that at all.
How I remember it. I think
Woody gaslight him. You're wrong. What are you talking about? You're crazy, dude. You're crazy.
Yeah, Kyle, I've been trying to say this from the start. Masvidal should have never hit that guy.
Yeah.
You're a crazy person.
The only person who can assault people is Chael Sonnen. That's where I stand on things. So everybody else needs to be arrested and sent to jail. Jon Jones, the whole lot of them. Oh, I forgot to say this on the show. I think I saw the video of Jon Jones getting arrested, and he cried like a woman. I lost all respect for Jon Jones. He cried like a woman when they arrested him. It was no. I've always been his defender. Yeah. No, if I ever see Conor McGregor crying like a woman while getting arrested, I'll lose all respect for him. It reminded me of that scene from The Sopranos when Johnny Sack gets taken away before his little girl can drive away on her wedding night or whatever, and he starts crying, and Phil Leotardo's like, lost all respect for him as a man. Lost all. If they can make him cry, what else can they make him do? And it's like that's how I felt immediately.
Might be onto something.
Yeah.
So if he's crying, is he gonna sing?
I think so.
So Harley, you mentioned that Sam kind of gave you a preview into the strategy being a mauling, more of a brawl than a boxing match. Did he kind of indicate to you what that would mean? Like just trying to bear on the guy with your size, or
you're gonna run out of energy? Answer that too.
Is that going to be what you learned tonight, or did he give you a little clue?
He was like, real boxers aren't even comfortable fighting someone of your size. It's very rare. He's like, so we're gonna use that. Like if it's like falling on top of him, using him as an arm rest, like, your heavy arms, everything, constant like pressure, but you're controlling the distance. I don't want to say too much of the strategy out here, but he went on and on. He didn't just compare it to Elden Ring, but he used Street Fighter also as
what did he compare with Street Fighter?
He basically broke down combos in a way, and I don't want to reveal too much of the strategy, but it made sense in my head as a gamer. Honestly, like, you want to know tonight, like, I bet you I'm going to go to the parking lot and I bet you I'm going to walk backwards for an hour.
Dude, if he starts talking about Mortal Kombat, run.
I think he's going to make me walk backwards. He's going to do some stuff for my ankles and knees. Like footwork is important to him, and energy expenditure, which was my biggest flaw. And he saw that in the tape. Like, he did recognize that. And like I said, my actual pro boxing coach was like, okay, dude, whatever you want.
Energy.
Oh, you know what? Do you guys want to go to the fight?
Where is it?
It's
where's it happening?
Can I say this? I think it's.
Well, maybe.
What? It's in Tampa, huh?
Oh,
shut up. Tampa, May 14th. Let me know if you guys are down. Like, you three guys, I could maybe do something there. Everyone else, momenthouse.com/creator clash is where you can get tickets to stream it. And I hate to tell you, you fucking cheap motherfuckers watching this or listening right now who like to go stream your shit and pirate it because it's like UFC or exciting Jake Paul events. This shit is not exciting enough for all your fucking pirate websites to fucking broadcast it. So you're gonna have to buy this one, sadly enough. It's in that sweet spot of like fighting people not giving a fuck about seeing fat gamers go at it. And enough that you want to
don't listen to him, guys. I'll be streaming it over on MCSstreams.biz.
Yeah, you can find it. You like $50 Patreon.
Kyle.pirate.
The Patreon hangout is just you guys like literally live streaming it there physically. Live streaming it to your Patreon.
Coming out.
Putting it on my phone.
Taylor's got one of those little mini satellite dishes aimed at the fucking sky, and I'm gonna have an old school TV camera.
I keep getting pushed back from the ring. I've got a boom over.
We're doing our own commentary.
I got a question for you guys, and at least like if you guys don't have it, maybe someone in the comments will have something that I like. But I want to
walkout music.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you thinking? What would be good? I like the idea of me asking Sam. Like,
yes, you might want to tap Sam for that one.
Well, I want to ask Sam. I want to be like, hey, check out these shorts designs, and maybe they say like he, him, BLM, trans lives matter, and be like, what do you think about this? Just bounce back, whatever you're thinking. I want to know what your thoughts, and just like show him that design. I was also thinking,
you to play.
Dude, I bet he would think that was funny.
The song "Like a Rock." Like a rock, I was strong as I could be, but you're going to be wearing an Iraqi flag when you come out. So it's going to be like a rack.
Like a rack. That could work.
I thought about like a suit and No Chance, which is Vince McMahon's music playing, and I like do that Vince McMahon power walk, and then someone cuts me out of the suit. Or maybe because I'm in a suit, so you gotta like scissors. Like I got gloves on. Yeah, I got gloves on, so you'd have to cut the suit off me.
I love that. Yeah, my idea is the worst. I've got that. Hey, you. I know that you like me. Hey.
Oh no, he's got to come out.
It's not a secret.
He's got to come out tough with intimidation in his heart.
Dude, there's a fighter named what's the fighter from New Jersey in the UFC? Mickey Doyles or something like that. Dude, he walks out to, hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind.
Yeah,
hey, Mickey. It's
that
fucking
makes sense
awesome.
a little bit, though. You know, I was also thinking, like, what if I got like a bunch of dudes and I wore like the like Jewish tallis and a kippah, and they brought me out like lifting me up on a chair. Like how Jews lift people up on a chair, and it plays.
And if you lose, it's racist.
You're gonna
hate crime.
Pull up a picture of the Hebrew hammer.
You're gonna need some strong guys.
Yes,
and a robust chair.
One of them, Sam Hyde with the luchador mask on.
And that's the big reveal that it's been him boxing the whole time.
Sam Hyde. I watched Sam Hyde and IDubbz. I mean, we all did. And I put myself in the shoes of IDubbz. I really felt for him. And he explained it on his side. He's like, I feel like I could have hit him more. But had I, it would have given him permission to hit me. So he didn't want any part of that. And I'm like, dude, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
If you guys have never done any boxing training, and it sounds like Harley has, a lot of times you don't do headshots all the time. If you spend all your time doing headshots, you'll get brain damage. So, you know, you may be punching like the shoulders or the collarbone or the chest or something like that. Mm-hmm. Like we had headshot day. It was Friday. So I at one point, Sam Hyde is like, all right, headshots now. And IDubbz like, you know, he doesn't want that smoke. I don't want that smoke either. If Sam Hyde says headshots now, I say, man,
he still punched him hard. Sam still punched him hard at one point. I saw a punch and I was like, oh.
He popped him in the, like, he did the thing where like IDubbz was kind of like towards the end of the little session going like that, joking around, and like right at the end, Sam just goes, whoo, he just like it pops him in the body pretty good, and then IDubbz was like, oh,
you know, like that whole thing. I sat down and I was like with friends and we watched both of them. I watched like both sides of the video, and what was so compelling to me, watching IDubbz, someone that I've met before, and watching Sam Hyde, someone that like, you know, like I didn't think I would ever really meet anytime soon anyways, was what was so compelling about that is, and I kind of had a different take. I actually watched you guys talk about it. And I had a different take in my mind, is that like, it was like I was trying to break it down. Like these are guys that like Sam, like you would say, Sam alpha'd him, which is true in the traditional sense, but like IDubbz is like slippery is a bad word for it, but like he doesn't care about being alpha'd, and that makes it the most alpha in a sense. And I thought like that the only time where there was like a big sway in like the only time where we got real Sam, from what I understand, someone who doesn't know Sam Hyde, was when IDubbz was like, do you remember the email you sent me?
Oh, yeah.
And Sam was like, no. I like paused that part and brought that back like 10 times. I'm like, he knows that email.
You think
we got like a real, I thought we got like a real, he knows that he sent an email, and just the way he sounded saying no to IDubbz, I was like, these are two guys that are like, they're both like situation, like if Sam came in here and Sam was here, imagine me trying to speak normally and have this conversation if he's right there. He's a guy that like, you know, he would like, he's like controls the situation. And then imagine if like it's like IDubbz, they're like, it's almost like the same world, different end of the spectrum, because I always found that IDubbz was like, when I met him, he's a guy that you're like, what's he thinking? if you think of them as anime characters, one is the obvious, like, huge, like, I don't know if any of you watched Bleach, but maybe people listening do, like Zaraki Kenpachi. He's a huge dude. He put bells on his hair so that when he attacks you, you hear him coming. So it's harder for him. He's making it harder on himself to fight you because he wants more of a challenge. Whereas IDubbz is like a Quincy. They would like form weapons using their brains. And like by using their brains, that weapon will like pierce directly through you instead of being like a huge dominating strength force. It's like a different type of power. So watching the two documentaries, watching the power struggles in the room was like so much content for me because those guys never got comfortable with each other. They never trusted each other. They never got comfortable with each other. And I just sat there and I was like, oh my God. I was like, what would I do if I had to be with Sam Hyde for a week? And then I was like, what would I do if I had to be with IDubbz for a week? You know, you'd say something like IDubbz being like, yeah, I just ate. I just had some eggs. And he'd be like, oh, and you're like, what? Was something wrong with that? It's stupid, eh? You think that's stupid? You don't. You think it's stupid that I asked you. Never mind. I shouldn't have. Would you say nothing? Oh, okay. You know, and it's like a less, it's like a little less obvious thing. But when I was watching it, like, and maybe because I was super high, which I don't get high anymore, but I was watching it and I was like, this is like hard to watch. It's like, it was hard for me. And if I just watched it and I was like, oh, Sam's alphaing him, it's like simple. But if you just imagine that, like, Sam was like kind of like worried when IDubbz was coming, he was like, what's he gonna do? And then to think of a guy like Sam being insecure is so outlandish. But like, he was a little insecure. He's like, is IDubbz coming here? What's he going to even film? What's he going to say? And then even waiting for he couldn't wait for that video to come out. He's like, let's just put ours out because I got to get it out there. And like, I just felt that they were it was such like a crazy thing. Like, I literally wrote IDubbz like a million messages about it. I wrote Sam a bunch also. I was just like, those videos were so crazy to watch. I've literally watched them both back to back many times because it was fascinating. I've been in the same room as IDubbz, and going into the same room of like as like Sam, like in both senses, I was like, I'm not a guy that gets nervous like meeting people. Both of those people make me nervous to meet them. I met Ian and like, you know, I'm meeting Sam. At least with Sam, I go under the guise of like, I'm a pupil. So if he's like, shut the fuck up and listen, there's no part of me that has to be like, you don't talk to me like that. I'm lucky that he's taking the time to say, shut the fuck up and listen. He's going to tell me what's up. So I'm going to try and take the most out of it. You know what I mean?
It's a good attitude.
But Taylor, anyways, yeah.
Do you remember this section well enough to recap it? There's a part in the IDubbz video where he explains Sam Hyde. And even though I can't remember
10 on 10, I know,
meant a lot to me. Okay, yeah. And he's like, there's this spectrum of I'm saying what I mean, I'm not saying what I mean, and then plausibly I can't tell. What was the example he used? Was it something about
post satire? Oh yeah, the
something
eating
like
poop
that,
thing. He's like, I like eating poop.
Right.
I like eating poop.
Yeah.
No, I do. I actually do like eating poop. And it's like, okay, it's the joke, but it's like a joke of a joke of a joke. And he's always living there. And actually, when I told people to watch IDubbz video, I actually say, like, if you're not going to make it through, go watch that part. Cause like he was like, he did a really excellent breakdown. Cause I've never been able to, I've never met someone like Sam Hyde, but I know people kind of like that. And they are difficult to assess. You don't know where you stand. You know what I mean? But I'm not like IDubbz. I would take the bait. I'd be like, you like eating poop? What? Like, should I try it?
That's how you're going to win your match, man.
Like, I would bait into that. Whereas someone like IDubbz, just like, you know, like he let a lot of things happen where I was like, oh, I would have taken that bait. Even when the guys were like, yeah, I got crypto. I thought Cardano was, I saw that and I was like, oh, I would have jumped in that conversation. I was like, well, so what are you guys thinking? Now I'm the joke because they're making a whole caricature joke, but like I was kind of into that. So I was like, oh, what? And then I'm like, oh, your whole thing was a joke. Oh, I actually wasn't that person. You were making fun of me.
Yeah.
I would have been made fun of.
You're like accidentally sincere when he's punking you, and then you're like, oh, God damn it.
Exactly.
Like
I thought
all the time. I was trying to be amicable. but I was looking like a jackass, you know, about
I'm a people pleaser. Neither of those guys are people pleasers. I see like someone like if we're at like a gathering and there's someone on the side, I'm like, oh, you know, I'd go up to that guy, I'd be like, yo, what's your deal? Come, like, you know, I'm a person that would do that. IDubbz doesn't look like he cares to make anyone happy. Sam Hyde obviously looks like he doesn't care to make anyone happy. You know what I mean? And me being someone that is like not like that at all. Like if I see some guy like sipping lean, he's like, I don't know what crypto to buy. I'd be like, well, let's talk about it, buddy. And he's like, you want to talk about it? You fucking idiot. Like I would have got like 50 million times when I saw that.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could see even IDubbz, who's very, very astute with that kind of stuff. I would assume like he got by the entire thing. Like the whole like that's
the
not
girlfriend thing.
That's
the girlfriend thing. That's next level. That's the thing where I'm like, should I be here encouraging this now? Like that girl, like that's like the stuff. IDubbz got the exact nightmare that most people think of like if you were going to go film with Sam Hyde for a couple days, the last thing you want him to do is plan with all of his friends to like have dead bees around and a fake girlfriend. That's the nightmare scenario. And like IDubbz is there like shooting guns with them, and I was like, damn, like, you know, like
IDubbz didn't got by the whole thing though. Like the slingshot, for example, they got him 0% on that. He was obviously a setup. The whole you're thinking Lamborghini, it's really Ferrari. He's just smiling along, doing what Harley said, which is not attempting to out alpha the alpha, just like, all right, is that what you want to do? Fine, I'm here for it. Like he didn't care. He didn't feel any need to impress him with
the girlfriend thing's hilarious.
The girlfriend thing is more what I was referring to. It was like the beginning to the end, like wrap up little storyline there. Yeah, which was so funny. But I didn't pick up on the same thing as you, Harley. I just missed it. Like I didn't know. I couldn't tell whether or not Sam actually remembered sending that email to IDubbz or not. And maybe that's another example of what you're talking about, where it's very difficult to discern his true thoughts. Because he's a guy who his whole bread and butter, he works in satire. Like if he unironically came out and gave like a speech or something, people would be like, what the fuck? Like, is this a joke? Like this has to be like, so I get why he does it that way. And it adds a lot more funny. You know, I lean more his side over IDubbz because I've been a huge fan of Sam's for many years, and I don't really watch IDubbz content. Although I remember Content Cop was a very funny series.
First time I ever saw IDubbz, my dad sent me like a time-stamped YouTube video saying ha 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 ha, and I click it, and it's IDubbz in his food commentator Content Cop video, and it's him sitting in like the front seat of a car and he's eating a burger and he's like, oh, I'm Harley Quinn from Epic Mealtime. I wear flannel and eat bacon. Oh, nom nom. I'm fucking gay. And the fact that my dad sent me that cracking up being like, ha ha ha. I saw that. I'm like, who is this? Instant fan. I was an instant fan. I thought that was so funny. Being like, I'm Harley from Epic Mealtime. I wear plaid. I'm fucking gay. And I thought that was so funny. And then I went and I watched Content Cop, and I was like, oh, I always wondered, and I did always wonder, because like I made Content Cops like in my head. Literally, I used to like watch some YouTubers. Like I would watch prank YouTubers, and I'd be like, why doesn't someone make a video saying that this is terrible shit content? Mm-hmm. Why doesn't someone do that? And then when IDubbz did it, I was like, oh my God, a smart, funny guy using his powers like for evil, but not really. He's like shining a light on something. I'm like, this is the guy. Like at the time, I remember being like, this is the YouTuber we need right now. This is exactly it. Some content needed to be policed, and I really think that's it. I'm gonna give you a little inside info. I saw IDubbz at a YouTube party. It followed up on a really funny thing. I was in LA and I messaged IDubbz. I said, hey, I heard you're in LA. Do you want to be on Epic Mealtime? And he wrote back, no. And that was it. And I was like, okay, cool. Most people are like, I'd love to, whatever. He was just like, no. And I did respect that. I was like, okay, cool. But then I ended up running into him at a YouTube party. And I was like, I sat down with him. I'm like, I know this is so annoying because I hate when people sit next to me. And mostly I hate it. It's usually bad ideas. They used to sit next to me and they'd be like, yo, you should make spaghetti. epic spaghetti. And I'm like, oh, thanks, man. Cool. And they're like, yeah, it's spaghetti, but you put bacon in it. And you're like, I'm like, I know how it goes. Okay, thank you.
Isn't it like a carbonara or something like that?
What's that? Yeah, it is exactly, but it's not even a good idea. So I sat down next to IDubbz, and I was going to give him a bad idea for Content Cop, and I was like, "Okay, rice gum." Now he was probably going to do it already. But I was like, I have literally like 800 words written about rice gum. I would never do a Content Cop. But I did used to write Content Cops, and I keep using Content Cop just because it's like a brand we understand, like a takedown of someone's content and stuff. I used to sit there and write it. Like I wrote like a whole like inside my head mental Content Cop on like Fuzi. I wrote like a whole inside my head Content Cop on rice gum. You know, I wrote a whole one on Jake Paul. They were just things that I wrote because I found it funny. I would watch these videos all the time I get high, and I would just write notes. So, and IDubbz was like, interesting. And I was like, would you ever think about doing race gum? He's like, yeah, I did think about race gum. I was like, did you know that he asked a girl who was sexually assaulted, how did it feel? And he was like, no, he didn't. And I was like, he did. I was like, I have a whole document here. Feel free to use whatever you want. I'm like, can I send it to you? He's like, yes. I'm like, okay, maybe some of my work will be there. And I'm not taking any credit. His video was so crazy with Asian Jake Paul, and he had PewDiePie in it. I thought it was so next level. I thought it was a grand, but did it feel good though was really featured intensely in that. And I do remember sharing that with him because like I had just gone and done my own homework. As like I would have never done that type of video, but I was just happy that it existed. And yeah, that whole rice gum scene was terrible. And I wish IDubbz was boxing rice gum, actually. I really wish. You know, Dr. Mike's an actual boxer, and he wanted to box rice gum instead. And rice gum ducked him. Rice gum called him school shooter, which is like, it's just like a nothing, just whatever comment, but it is pretty funny to call him school shooter. He was like, oh, I heard school shooter made a video about me. But it's like, you can't keep talking shit. He's ready to get in the ring with you. He's ready to do the thing, you know?
One of the things I like about IDubbz, as far as
getting in the ring is everything to me.
Yeah. I think
when I watched all these YouTube...
I was gonna say that IDubbz has never picked on the strong, and that's what I like. If a guy goes after the weak, there was Leafy, for example. He used to pick on like 12-year-olds making their own music videos. Just they were no one. They're cringy, but leave them alone. They're kids. IDubbz, on the other hand, he's going after millionaires who are killing it, and maybe could use a knock or peg or knock him down a peg.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt also. Because
what, Kyle?
I said, don't peg them.
Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? Well, maybe they could use a pegging as well.
Okay, well,
yeah,
to each his own.
I know what I said.
I'm so excited to hear about like what kind of training program he has you doing, because I really hope it's kind of like what I did with Wings. How there's some fundamentals and you're getting the work done, but there's also a little silliness. Like, won't you be disappointed if there's not a little silliness?
I think that even if he is not silly and he's 100% dead serious, just imagine Sam Hyde an inch from your face yelling at you what you need to do now. That's fucking silly enough for me.
He's a scary guy.
Just Sam Hyde in my face, like yelling at me is enough. Like that's enough silliness as it is. But I think I'm getting a particular guy. I think I'm probably getting the most real version. I'm getting like, self-defense Sam Hyde. Like, I'm getting like combat Sam Hyde. I'm getting so like, he's ready to roll at midnight. Like at midnight, he wants to do this.
I'm wondering what's going to happen though. Like I have this imagination that like you're meeting in a parking lot and it's just going to, God, I want to know more. I want to know. I hope you.
I'm going to text you everything, Kyle. I'll text you immediately after.
Please I want to know what the meeting is like. Cause I just picturing him showing up in like a black, like Ninja Turtle type cargo van. And there's throws a smoke bomb on the ground for no reason. And he's like, now it begins. And like some guy comes out of nowhere and hits a gong. And then like 6 ninjas, 3 from either side, come running out of like nowhere, and you have to combat them one after another, each of them knowing a different style that he announces verbally before you begin.
I like imagine I go to this address and someone waves me over and I go into a door and they're like, Sam's downstairs, and I go downstairs and it smells like strawberry vape and Chinese food, and he's sitting there playing Elden Ring and he's like, start doing your stretches.
or how about
I don't know. I feel like it's somewhere in between these two.
You ring the doorbell and you're like, Sam Hyde? And he's like, yeah, this is his stuff. Here's where to take it. And you're just buying Sam's cocaine and delivering it for him. It's just been an elaborate ruse.
Also, I think I thought, does Sam do drugs? I wonder if Sam sniffs coke. I wonder if Sam, I saw him smoke at the IDubbz, but was that weed? Never seen him smoke somewhere else, He vapes, but I'm like, I wonder if he's
straight edge. I think he's straight edge.
What?
Didn't
Taylor would know?
That? Yeah,
he does that feeling too. I really do get that feeling. My temple sort of guy.
Yeah, I mean,
but I could be wrong.
I honestly don't know much about him. Taylor knows way more than I do.
He does. Is Harley's audio back yet?
You don't hear me?
Yeah,
you were roboting before.
Yeah, you had a little bandwidth.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh, it's better now.
I plugged in my my power. It was just not working.
Oh, it might have been that. It might have just been.
Yeah.
Harley, have you heard the audiobook Spin? Do you know this?
No. I'm putting it on my list now, though. What's it about?
So, all right. It's on Earth, way in the distant future. The dates are so fucked up, I don't even know what they mean. Like, the date is 4 to the 9th power to whatever. I'm like, all right, it's fucking incomprehensibly forward. And
like past Dune future.
I guess so. But the place seems pretty civilized. And we meet our main characters when they're like 12 years old. And then the stars go out at once. There's no more stars. What the fuck? Then they realize quickly all the satellites stop working. Odd. Weird. What's happening now? What's happened is they've surrounded the Earth in a membrane. Mm-hmm. You can pass through it, but this membrane is a temporal distortion, time. The people who set it up manage like sunlight and gravity, like the moon's pull and stuff, artificially. So Earth still works, but within this membrane, time moves very slowly. It takes them on Earth years to even figure this out. They don't know what's up. But like 1 second on Earth is something like 3 years outside the membrane. And the problem is, and don't get too hung up on my numbers because I'm probably fucking them up.
Okay,
I don't remember things. But I think that is right though. But 1 second on Earth is like
I'm like doing math. I'm like
it's like 3.1 years, right? And then again, I'm gonna fuck this up, but like an hour on Earth is like thousands of years, and a year on Earth is like 100 million years, or something like that ish. So the problem becomes they figure out the sun, like all stars, is going to expand and swallow the Earth in like a couple hundred years or something. Like Earth is about to end in this generation. Maybe it's 40 years. So they use this temporal distortion like to their advantage. They're like, you know what we need to do? We need to take advantage of evolution, get really fucking smart, and solve this problem. We're fucking hairless apes. Here's the idea. We'll terraform Mars. They're going to use the temporal distortion to their advantage. Like, how do you terraform Mars? Well, put some plants on there that don't need oxygen, but they do create it, and they just burn. They use sunlight, and they live. And then they die, and that starts again. Then the next group of plants, well, they can like use this biomass, and it'll take 100 million years, but they'll get an atmosphere in Mars that people can live on. And then another like Earth year is 100 million years, and we'll have a super race of humans that's been evolving for 100 million years that can solve this fucking engineering problem that we're dealing with. We're going to take some of us and they are going to be our saviors, having advanced in Mars. And that's where I am in this book, Kyle.
I know how your book ends, and I
know. I'm thinking the same thing.
Based on what you just told me, do you want to know how your book ends?
Sure.
All right. Those super people that they're making on Mars, those are the ones that made the fucking membrane. Because who else could ever be so advanced to make a fucking temporal membrane that would encase the planet? It's a fucking
you're wrong.
It's a paradox. It's gotta be.
No, because the way time travel works is you can't go back and forward. These people that they're making, they're not going to go back in time and solve it unless they get smart and figure out time travel. But all time is faster outside the membrane. So they're using that to their advantage. So Mars will terraform, which would take hundreds of millions of years, in 2 years. And then those people will evolve for 100 million. But they don't get to go back and put the membrane. This is what I just said.
But they're going to.
So you're saying they're going to figure out time travel, go back in time, and put the membrane on them?
Yeah. Stop reading. He figured it out. Just you're good. Right. Stop now.
I mean, I might be wrong. But based on what you told me, that's got to be it.
So as far as I know,
I thought you were going to say they're making another problem for themselves. That's
one of the interesting things about this book is it's a new take on time travel. What's the Stephen King? Is it 1963? Is that what that book is called?
1922.
11/22/63.
11/22/63. So one of the interesting things about that book was the time travel is a little different. It wasn't a machine that you walk in and choose any place because that's too powerful. Instead, it was you walk through this portal, you can go to this one spot. If you go back and then go through it again, it gets reset. That's the rules for time travel in that book. The rules for time travel in this book are it's slow inside the membrane, fast outside the membrane. How can you use that to your advantage? It's an interesting kind of time travel.
Yeah.
Harley recommended the 3-body problem to me.
It reminds me of that a little bit. It was like
it didn't have time travel
space thing. No, it didn't.
What it
had a space question thing there.
It had a complicated engineering problem, but it had hibernation. So hibernation was kind of time travel. People could be like, you know what? Earth kind of sucks right now. I'm going to pick this up from here 300 years in the future. And they could do that.
Do you know when your book was written?
No.
I'd be curious because it's the idea of time dilation on a specific planet is a really common story in Star Trek. It's been done probably 3 or 4 different times throughout the
2005.
Okay, so, yeah. And it's been done a lot, but I don't think I've the specific idea of like leaving the envelope or the time dilated planet and you're advanced, actually, isn't that Star Trek Insurrection? Yeah, they're like on the planet, they age really slowly.
But
the kids leave, they go out, become super advanced, come back, and want their planet back. That's not that close. In any case, I see the comparison. What's the name of your book again? I'm gonna fucking get it. Spin.
You know what it's like?
And they call the event, the creation of the membrane, the spin, but it's not spinning. It's not a great name. But it's
no, it's like a web kind of maybe.
From what point of view is it written? Are we?
So we start off as 12-year-olds. We quickly become the adults. Some of us leading the charge to solve this problem.
Oh, like I just remembered like how the whole time travel thing. Our main characters are going to see this through for sure in their lifetimes because of the nature of the time dilation.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting premise. Is it a thick book? I mean, you're doing audiobook, obviously.
Audio,
I don't even know.
Hours. In audiobook, it's 17 hours. I could maybe look up the number.
I'm interested in it, but can I just say, like, man, it sounds like a real fun episode of something.
392 pages.
Star Trek.
I know. I like TV so much. There's a lot of. Go ahead.
Someone knocked on my door. Oh.
I have to get it. Go. I'm gonna back on.
All right, he'll get it. I like audiobooks, sci-fi audiobooks in particular, because the problems get more complicated. I've used this analogy so many times. Sci-fi books are steak. Sci-fi movies are candy. And it's not that I don't like candy, but sometimes you want something meaty. Sometimes you want something heartier that's a little more complicated, that stress, whatever cognitive horsepower you can bring to the show, the book might use all of it. I have never, I sometimes watch a sci-fi movie. I've got that Prime one in my head, but typically the sci-fi movies like Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence romance or whatever is just a goof candy worth of sci-fi.
That's a setting, not the premise or the stylistic choice. Like the hard sci-fi is what you're talking about. Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where like the whole point is the science fiction.
It's been too long for me. I won't comment on that. But typically, space movies, sci-fi movies are simple and fun. They're often action. Name a complicated sci-fi movie.
Ad Astra.
I don't know that one.
It's got Brad Pitt, Tommy Lee Jones. It was made like 2-3 years ago.
Anastrada. What did you say?
Ad Astra, I believe.
Is that 2 words?
I think it's 2 words. A-D, and then the second word is, I believe, A-S-T-R-A-D-A. I only watched it the once. It's kind of.
Oh, it's called Ad Astra.
I didn't watch that, but I watched it.
Yeah, I think it's shot on film.
I haven't seen that.
It's really, really good cinematography. If you don't appreciate like a slow burn and like there's action. There's one scene where there's a high speed chase on the moon and moon buggies, and Brad Pitt is in one of the moon buggies, and they're shooting machine guns back and forth between. I don't know if it's like American moon buggies and Chinese moon buggies. I don't recall the exact issue, but the premise is that Brad Pitt, who is 50, his dad, who's like the original OG deep space explorer, is like, they got a message from your dad. What are you talking about? He was out on the outer rim, and we're sending you to bring him back. And so he's going through the process of going from Earth to the moon onto the rocket.
I did see this.
Yeah, it's slow. But you asked for like a well thought out, like deep sci-fi movie.
I guess I don't remember there being really complicated engineering problems. A better example is The Martian.
Oh, if you're looking for like that kind of, I guess there's lots of different sci-fi. I guess.
Yeah,
I see what you mean Damon. Now. More of a nuts and bolts sci-fi.
One that like stresses my mind. Makes me like, would I have thought of that? What would happen if I was in this? Sadly, I'm not nearly.
I found Annihilation stressful. If you,
I haven't seen it yet. I know it's 4 or 5 years old.
That's stressful. I love that movie. That movie did not get enough love. I've
been meaning to watch it. Like
scary.
It's literally one of those movies that I like. I didn't watch when it came out because I couldn't smoke weed, and now that I can, I can smoke this Delta 8
it's
stuff.
Stressful.
Anyway. Like I need to watch it. I'm down for stressful though.
An interesting time dilation scenario, kind of like time dilation to an extent, is there's this episode of Star Trek Next Generation, and they're flying by like where a planet is supposed to be. And there's no planet, and they find a box, and they bring the box on, and like Picard touches the box, and like he passes out, and they're like, wake up, cut to commercial break. So they come back and they're like, wake up. And he's like in a home with a family. And they're like, what?
That's called The Inner Light. That's the best episode.
Is that what it's called?
Trek. Yeah.
I love it. So he's there and he wakes up and he's like with a family, and he's like, where's the Enterprise? And they're like, what are you talking about, Dad? You're so weird. And his wife's like, I love you. Don't be so weird. And he's like, no, I need to get back to the Enterprise. And he's doing everything he can. And there is no Enterprise. And it's like 15 years later, he's on this planet. He's like, I swear, I'm so happy I'm with you guys. I just thought of the Enterprise, like I thought it was a thing. It was just must have been a dream. So weird. And he sits there and he plays the flute every night. And he plays the flute every time before he goes to bed on this planet. And then he finds out, like, because he's like the mayor of the planet, he finds out the planet's about to be blown. It's about to self-destruct. The star nearby is going like supernova or whatever. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? Like, how will we ever survive? And he's like, well, it's our history that will survive. So should anyone ever fly by this, they're going to fly by this box and they will experience a lifetime on our planet. Whoever the captain is, whoever is in charge of the ship will experience a lifetime. And then the planet blows up and he wakes up on the floor of the Enterprise. It's literally been a couple of minutes for everyone else. And he just lived an entire lifetime. And what I always liked about that episode is it kind of makes like when you're a Federation captain, your most valuable thing is wisdom. So who to be a better Federation captain than a person who's lived 2 full lives?
Yeah, he's
Picard
like a fucking Vulcan.
Yeah, and he has his like, he plays the flute at the end.
Yeah, oh, that's the best part. At the end.
It means he picked up all his skills. Everything he learned then, he still has it. So he's kind of like, I think of that as like, he's kind of like superhuman at that point in a realistic, grounded sense. I was always like, what, that Picard, take him to Palpatine and Yoda. He will negotiate a truce between the Sith and the Jedi. I know it's different universes, but let him sit down, pour Earl Grey tea for Palpatine, pour Earl Grey tea for Yoda. I know what you're thinking. Oh, Palpatine would fuck him up. No, he wouldn't. Q is standing right behind him.
I think you're wrong, and I want to tell you why.
Hang on, I didn't know Q was there.
Because there's
it's just Palpatine would eat his ass up in a second or something, you know.
Here's the thing. Picard, I think he had like a shoulder injury or something because he made a bad decision and got into a fight. It was a heart injury in a bar, and he's like, a wiser version of me would handle this better. So Q takes Picard and lets him sort of relive his life, start over as a younger man, but with the wisdom of an older one. Well, the wiser guy avoids the fight. And the wiser guy avoids all kinds of risk-taking activities.
Yep.
And he's not Picard. And he has a sort of lame career. He doesn't get as far as he would have. He's just an
nowhere near as far.
Nowhere near as far. He's a
What episode is that? What is that one?
Kyle, help me out.
I don't know the name of the episode.
That one sounds great.
So if you go to a list of the Q episodes, you'll find it because Q takes him back and you get to see that eventuality. And then Picard, as Patrick Stewart, lives out like flashback and goes through the whole thing. And it's got that great scene where like the person he's got to fight is what's the race that looks like the Predator? I can't think of their fucking name.
I don't know, but anyway, scary.
He's like Dom Jat Human, and there's just like, fuck. You know, they're gigantic. They look like the Predator from the Predator movie. I wish I could think of it right now. But yeah, it has to end with Picard getting stabbed in the heart because like that risk taking like thing about him was what like put him on the trajectory that he ended up being on. And there's a couple episodes that refer back to this that heart. There's another one where they go and to like get his heart fixed. I think that's a Wesley Crusher episode though. It's not quite as good.
I liked him more than everyone else did.
I love the episode. And to anyone listening that's never watched Star Trek before, watch the episode Darmok. I fucking
yeah.
I love that. That cracks me up. It's just him, and it's just
when the walls fell.
Yeah, it's just 2 really good actors on a planet. They're like, the plot is kind of silly. The issue is silly. There's a monster that's invisible. So it's just 2 really good actors carrying this like silly, cheesy shit and making it like gold.
It's beautiful. So the idea is like these, they're meeting this race. And the problem is we've never been able to communicate with this race, despite our universal communication systems or computers, anything. We can't figure it out. And it's because they speak in like metaphors and stories, like parables. So like they would say like, Abraham was honest. If they wanted to say like promise, if they're trying to tell you I promise, like maybe they would say something like that.
It's very confusing.
You'd have to know that reference. It would never work. But so they send the captain of both ships down, and they have to like communicate. Like Picard has to figure out that that's what this guy is doing and learn the phrases and what they mean, and he does by the end. And it's more complicated than that. And it's
like if you were like, oh, you're gonna go train with Sam Hyde, and I responded by being like, Wings and Kyle, his shower replaced. Like, it's literally like that. You have to know
that means, and you know what that means? I'm here. We're doing it.
Yeah. Wings and Kyle, the shower replaced. I want to know what you meant. So it's not that hard to understand. Was the alien race making any attempt to understand Picard, or were they inconsiderate about
Darmok and Tanagra when the walls fell?
Darmok, Shaka, and then he like hands him something, and he's like Temba, his arms wide. And it's just like things that like Picard figures it out. But the alien is so much fun. That other alien, he's just like, you want to hug him. He's like so cute.
It's a good episode, and it's spoiler alert, somebody dies before the end, and it's not Picard. It's
well, now I'm not even gonna watch Star Trek. Now I know.
No, I always tell people like Deep Space Nine is the best Star Trek. It begins kind of at the end of the Next Generation, but the Next Generation is the second best, and it's definitely worth a watch. Just skip season 1. Just skip season 1.
Is that with Cisco, Deep Space Nine?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What? You don't know?
Well, because what happens to me is I always go and try and watch Voyager and Deep Space Nine, and then I end up going back to Next Generation, rewatching it.
All right, so
Voyager. I saw one episode, and he was like, I saw one episode. They're like, yeah, the planet. They don't know what they're, and he was like, blow it up.
No,
I was like,
all right.
Oh, he's different.
I know what you're talking about. All right, so that's a great episode. First of all, Deep Space Nine is the first serialized Star Trek. Rick Berman lost his grip on the fucking shit, and Roddenberry was dying. So like some new blood got in and made a good fucking show that is not like monster of the week type shit. You've got a big overarching story plot about the Cardassians enslaving an entire group of people, genociding them and raping them for a generation, and then leaving. And now the Federation is at the space station that is the guardian over that planet that just got raped. And they name Benjamin Sisko, the commander of the station, their emissary, which is like their pope. Like even the people on the planet don't like it, but the gods have chosen him. Literal gods live in a wormhole nearby, and they're like non-corporeal beings. They're not made of matter. They're just energy, and they live throughout time at all points simultaneous. They're not, instead of linearly. And the Bajorans see them as their gods. They have been worshiping them since time, and those aliens have been acting as gods, like giving them help here and there, giving them orbs so they can communicate. And those gods choose the Federation guy as the Pope, basically, and so he's the go-between as a religious leader, a political leader, a military leader, and a Starfleet officer. And you get to know every member of the crew, and like half of them are badasses and have cool stories. Even the villains are really good. It's a great fucking show. And they add Worf in like season 3, and he's, as soon as he gets there, like Sisko's like, we've got a Klingon problem. We need a Klingon to solve it. And Worf storms in to like war drums. Dum, 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 dum. And then, like, as soon as he gets there, he's like, prune juice, cold, and like beats the shit out of some Klingons. It's great. Dude, you gotta get
that's when they land on Earth also in one of the episodes, right? It's like a 2-parter. They land on Earth, and it's like the doctor on the ship on. It's like, do you know what I'm talking about? It's like on Earth, and like people are sick, and then there's a hostage situation in the building. It seemed like really high concept for.
I don't remember,
Star Trek
but
for
there's
TV.
the last 2 seasons is just an intergalactic war. It's just a huge war between a new race of beings that came through the wormhole and all of their like slave army and the entire Alpha Quadrant. So like all the enemies and good guys have to band together. The Romulans have to get in. The Ferengi, like everybody has to band together if we're gonna beat the like this new enemy.
Reapers. Oh. This is very Mass Effect.
No, we got to stop this. This is the worst conversation ever. I was drug into it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's so stupid. Let's talk about big dick stuff. Lord of the Rings and Escape from Tarkov.
Well, there's no reason to get aggressive about it.
I saw a picture. It was so funny. It was like a cartoon of a guy sitting at a table with a plate, and another guy like squatting his ass over the guy's plate. And the guy with the plate said Lord of the Ring fans, and the other one said Amazon. And he's like, looks like he's about to shit on the plate. And the guy was like, why are you shitting on my plate? And he's like, how do you know it's shit? It's not out yet.
Yeah. I've seen that, and it's very funny because it is gonna be shit.
You think it's gonna be
really
shit?
good.
I think it's going to be bad. I mean, well, some stuff came out about it like a month or 2 ago. And one thing they revealed is that Amazon didn't actually purchase the rights to the Silmarillion in the expanded Tolkien universe. They only purchased the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit rights. And so effectively, they're going to be making up within the Tolkien universe a bunch of characters that don't exist in canon and they're going to be telling their own story that has very little to do with like the first age, the second age, all that. And so I don't trust their autonomy in that. I think they'll probably
I'm okay with that.
It.
I'm okay with that, honestly, because and I know that's like going against the grain a little, but I'm watching Halo right now, and they're making up their own fucking story. They're making their own fucking story up.
Too?
I did. I'm all caught up. And
Halo does not have the storied history of Lord of the Rings.
Yes, it does.
It does not of Lord of the Rings, but it does have many, many books. It has
what do you have? What do you? Halo is much deeper than your silly little elf story. All right, what do you got? What do you got? Like elves, dwarves, humans, and like what else? Do you know how many races?
Not even a gun. You don't even have a gun.
I know what you're doing, and I can't help but to be dragged in. That's not true.
No, but I watched Halo the first episode.
Who would win, a New Jersey hockey fan or no? Who's your favorite hockey team? Woody, the one that won that was awful, that always beat everybody up. We gotta drag Woody into this somehow too.
I see. I'm on Taylor's side with this, right? I think Dumbledore would come in and clean up everybody's problems. He's the baddest wizard in the whole thing.
No. We've had like Dumbledore versus Gandalf arguments where like I can tell that Kyle and Woody are fucking with me, and I can't, and I'm like getting edgy.
I'm not even
doing it. I'm like, no,
look. Woody's fucking with you, but I'm for real. I'm a Harry Potter fan, and I just know that like, look, if you forget all the magic that overlaps, right? Still.
Okay.
Dumbledore's just so much more powerful.
Create a like.
Yeah. Let me ask you this.
You know the Fantastic Beasts? Like Gandalf doesn't even know where to find them. So what's up?
No. He's got a whistle to get the horse to come. That's it.
How else do they know to come? They whistle.
Dumbledore would have held that bridge together, and the Balrog would not have passed.
The actual Dumbledore didn't even live long enough to finish the second movie.
Is that true?
Yeah, pretty sure.
I don't know if that's true.
That's how weak the spirit of that character is. It infested and killed the actor.
It was like the fifth movie or something like that. And who's Dumbledore? Yeah. Thank you, Zach.
Did I say Dumbledore?
No, you didn't. You know who said Dumbledore. Pick a coin.
Take a guess. Yeah. In all seriousness, though, Gandalf would fuck him up. You're wrong.
Does Gandalf? Let me ask you this: does Gandalf have like a word or a spell or an action that he can do that just instantly kills another thing?
Yeah, but he wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but he wouldn't.
But hang on, I need to know.
That describes my martial arts prowess. I would do it, but the death touch would kill you. So don't fight me.
Yes, exactly.
Do you think that the Doom guy can go into Hogwarts and kill everyone?
The Doom guy,
or
the Doom guy,
like
the
Doom
guy,
Slayer, the Doom Slayer.
The Doom guy is just a normal.
Like he went into hell. Right? Yeah, he was until he became some sort of like super relic that chose to stay in hell and fight demons for eternity.
I don't know if is he going to be immune to their magic. It seems like he's kind of immune to like the hell's magic. Is he?
It depends how many boxes of med kits are around.
Yeah,
or how many like glory. Or the glory kills, how many like little wizards he rips their arms off and like stuffs them in their throats. Like he gets health by killing.
Is he a demon?
No, he's the Doom Slayer.
Oh, okay.
He hates demons.
I was okay. Well, then he and Gandalf would get along. Gandalf kills demons too. Dumbledore didn't slay a single demon like a bitch would. Dumbledore was so concerned with the point totals of these made-up competitions that he was sending kids to their deaths. He was terrible.
Only the one kid.
And don't even tell me that he sent Frodo to his death, Gandalf did, because that nullifies my entire point just now.
He sent all kinds of people to their deaths. Like, and he even admitted it too. They were like, man, you kind of sent all those little precious people into hellfire, huh, Gandalf? He's like, yes, and I didn't really think they had a chance either.
You fool of a toque.
And then he fucking hit that like pipe again. Like kind of shitty. No,
I do want to rewatch those movies again.
I love the Halo show. I'm a huge Halo fan. I literally have so much Halo toys. I read all the books. It's maybe one of my favorite franchises ever. And I watched episode 1 and they're like, it's not going to be the video game. And I'm like, you know what? I am a huge Star Wars fan. I'm done getting mad about shit. if I don't like it, whatever, you know. But Halo, it's like gory, and I didn't expect that. And they made the Spartans like fucking badass scary. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but like at any second, like these Spartans will literally looks like they'll kill like 400 humans. Like there's not like they're like they really like the whole buying into the humans part of Halo was always interesting to me. Like I always dreamt of like a Master Chief game where the Spartans were initially made before they were meant to fight the aliens. They were fighting like insurrectionists. I was like, I want to play that game. I want to be a fucking Spartan and I want to murder like literally 500 humans. I want to fuck humans up. I want to feel the bullets pepper me and I want to just fucking blast them all. But like I'm watching the show and the Spartans are like, they've just made them like godly in a way, but not heroically godly, like in a video game simple. It's like kind of weird. And they made some decisions in Halo that I laughed at hysterically. Like they made some choices that I was just like, I can't believe they did that, but whatever. We're having a good time.
What did you not like?
I'll say this about episode 2. The thing that really like came out of nowhere for me was when that chick just got naked.
Wait, I didn't see that episode. She got naked?
Well, you don't know what you're talking about.
But you saw tits?
I think I saw some.
Did you see tits? Did you see tits?
It was really more about her ass, I think.
I'm getting ass in Halo? Okay.
You haven't seen episode 2?
No, not yet. It just came out today. I was driving. I'm excited.
They show ass and not tits. What is it, 1986? Like, that's ridiculous.
Wait, what would you prefer?
Simmer down. I don't remember even.
Ass and tits.
There wasn't even like.
Can't beat that.
There's not even ass crack in Lord of the Rings. I don't want to hear anything from you. No, I watched episode 2.
You don't watch Lord of the Rings to beat off.
No spoilers or anything.
Speak
but like,
yourself.
I don't feel like
Fox.
I don't feel like much happened. Much didn't happen in episode 2. The pieces on the board like moved around a little bit, but we didn't really learn a ton more. It was just I don't know.
Filler episode.
I think the first episode kind of shook the snow globe, and the second episode kind of let everything settle.
Oh yeah, and in the first episode, I like spoilers. He just like takes his helmet off, which I knew he was gonna do. Yeah, but doing it like in the first episode like made me laugh so hard because he takes it off and it's like a guy. He looks like Kyle almost, and he's just there, and you're like, "That's it. You got a haircut this week." Like I'm looking at him like, "You got a haircut. You're not like you don't have like some weird bald mutant head because you're always wearing the helmet. You got like a haircut, and you're like
crew cut.
You got."
And then he was like, he looked at her, and he was like, "Strap in." And I was like, Master Chief saying strap in was so funny to me also. Like, it's like, where we're going, we don't need roads. It was such a weird, like, movie line coming from him. And he made a joke that he's like a robot. He eats nuts and bolts, which was also weird. But I laughed at all this because I'm like, I can't believe they're doing this. But I'm just so used to people doing like.
In the next episode, you'll get more of his like non-sense of humor. Like being made fun of, but not in a cringy way, in a cool way. Because he is like super stuck up, like he's stiff.
Master Chief.
And you get I think that the UNC is the bad guys. They're definitely not the good guys. If there is a good guy, it's Master Chief, and maybe the Resistance, the planets that want to be free. But if you ask me. Like we're introduced to a bad guy in the second episode, and he's like blowing people's brains out because they don't want to get on board with the program. But honestly, in this situation, don't we need to be shooting people in the head if they don't want to get on board with the program? Because there's literally an alien race coming to exterminate us, and like their main goal, like because we've played the games, we know, is to exterminate all life. And these people are bitching about like. Not getting paid for their deuterium and having like representative governments. It's like
they're like, what's the point of saving humanity if we're going to lose our own humanity along the way?
Yeah, fuck that.
I think that's a quote. No. I think she literally said that.
And I don't know what they're wanting me to think, like as a viewer, but I think that it's some commie shit or something. That's the only thing that's annoying me about the show. It's like. No, you're not going to convince me that like the UNSC are the bad guys because they want to make sure they have plenty of fuel to fight the Covenant. And if that means they've got to like kick the shit out of the people who rightly own the fuel. Those people need to know that's the fuel keeping all of humanity alive. This isn't. I
like Spartans as bad guys. I like the Spartans as bad guys.
Yeah,
like they kind of looked really
edgy,
scary in the first episode there, and they had that moment where they like kind of turned to face the Marines, and I was like, that's so fucking sick. I was like, that's so sick to me. Like just some fuck. I need things to be kind of fucked up to like mean something to me. Did you guys see the movie Titan? It's French. It means like titanium, but it's called Titan. It's about this girl who she just gets into an accident. It's not what I'm saying it's about. It's not about that, but it's a great movie. It's on Amazon Prime. I watched it like 5 times. It's like my favorite movie this year. It's so fucking weird. If you don't like it, I understand. But if you do like it, it's like I really liked it. She gets into an accident, like a car accident, gets like titanium put in her head. She has like a love affair with like a car. Everything I'm saying is way worse than it is. It's a really I just don't want to forget to tell you guys, but like Amazon Prime Titan is there. It's French with subtitles. I loved it. It played in one movie theater in North America, which was in Montreal, and that never happens. Montreal never gets shit like that, so I watched it. And if you're gonna watch the trailer, it's not gonna do you any good. The trailer isn't gonna capture it. Watching it, putting it on, and watching like the first 3 scenes, 4 scenes, 5 scenes, they all go into each other. It's paced really well. It's fucking weird. It's something. I had to say that before I forgot. It's really important. Really important that when I'm back here in 2 months, I can be like, "Did you guys watch it? Did you watch it?"
Spell it? Just
that's Titan? I mean, if I don't get knocked out by a game grump, that is.
You're not going to get knocked out by a game grump. Titane. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And just put movie. It's so fucking weird.
It looks French.
Are you guys playing games lately? It is very French. She looks.
I just keep playing Magic the Gathering Arena. I love that game. It's so.
Is that a video game or like how do you play?
Like on iPad?
Honest question.
It's just it's just playing Magic on like against people on the computer, which is like it ruins you for regular Magic because it keeps all the counters in place for you. There will be something that's like every time you play a creature, you gain a life. Every time you gain a life, put a +1 token on a target creature. And so you might do that 15 times in a turn. And I played physical Magic with some friends a couple weeks ago and just sitting there just being like, oh, I have to keep track of all my activated things alone. With the game, it's so much fucking easier. Like there are strategies. It's instant. And there are strategies in like Magic that are meant for like infinite loops that aren't possible with paper Magic. But on the game, you can run an infinite combo and you can easily have 800 creatures out there, creature tokens or whatever, or your life can get to 2,000 or something when it starts at 20. It's stuff that you just couldn't do with paper Magic. So it opens it up to more like loopholes and abusing combos, which I like. But yeah, that's what I've been playing a lot of.
Do you buy cards in the arena? Do you buy cards like in that game where you just have your cards?
You can spend money and buy cards, or you can like do the daily challenges and spend your gold on packs. But it's totally set up so that if you want to have fun with it, you better be ready to put enough money, put $50 in and build a good, it'll probably be more like $100 if you want a really good deck that's going to be in the historic format that will still be good a year from now, 2 years from now.
It's 100.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the problem a couple of years ago, Kyle got into it with me and Chiz did too. And Chiz and Kyle, like they had this, like
I've done it twice
they had a nuclear proliferation agreement. Basically, they both signed where they're like, hey, we're both spending $100 in this game and that's it. And everything else is coming from our collections and everything. And before I know it, Chiz is in the chat like, I built a new white life gain. Here's the deck list. And I'm like, you just built a mono green yesterday. How much have you spent? These are great decks with high quality cards. What do you do? And then Kyle's like, well, God damn it. He built a deck specifically to beat the one that I built. And so then you had to go in and you guys just started like, what did Chiz build? Oh, a creature heavy deck? Okay, I'm doing all removal, board sweeps.
I'll tell you who won. It was whoever makes those fucking cardboard cards. The best part is I don't even remember the login to that account. I couldn't sell those fake bullshit digital cards if I wanted to. And now I'm onto this new platform with you. and I got that $300 in cards over there. I got like 4 meta decks over there.
Yeah,
and I don't ever want to play that game again.
Oh, it's fun.
That's too addictive. It's stupid.
It's so much fun. If you play against me later tonight.
I refuse to play anything that's pay to win. I got plans later tonight, and I can't do pay to win. It's that's probably something like that. I don't know. But no, no more.
What about Total War? You didn't play Total War 4? Weren't you excited for that?
So I
haven't jumped into it yet.
So I think that that all the guys they gave early access to, they made them sign something that said that they couldn't say anything negative about the game, and now the game's got a lot of issues and they can't talk shit. That's what I heard, or what I heard.
And we're all like, we're waiting for Darktide, the new Vermintide game to come out. You've played Vermintide with us, haven't you?
No, that's the 4-player game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a new one coming out.
So Vermintide is sick. That's based in the Warhammer 40K. Warhammer. Oh god damn it! I'm spacing out the old
times.
Stuff. Yeah. The old times.
Everyone has hammers and swords and bullshit guns.
It's magic and the old gods and swords and hammers, like you said, and orcs and elves and shit. But this is Warhammer 40K is what they're going to do for this one. So 4-player co-op. You go into a hive city, which is like a gigantic city on some planet with like 100 billion people in it. Something stupid. I think those cities literally have like 5 to 10 billion people in one city, and you're going there to like deal with some sort of evil. I don't really know, some sort of parasite or something. But like it's class based. You got like one gigantic guy and one little quick like elf chick or some shit. They're all humans. They're just humans from different planets. So planets with like tons of gravity or tons with like toxic waste or whatever. And it sort of like changed them, and they've evolved differently over time because it's Warhammer 40K. So this is like 40,000 years into our future.
I feel like you left out the core part. It is future, so it's mostly range weapons. It's mostly guns. You're no longer swords and.
Oh, it's not like axes and stuff like in the last.
No. This is more like Left 4 Dead-y, I think, in that you're going to kill everything from a distance, which to me is nice. One of the issues I had, I don't know if balance is the right word, but like the elf who could kill people as soon as they entered the edge of the screen always dominated every leaderboard, pretty much. And if you're like some big slow guy with a hammer who needs to walk out and touch people, then like you suck. Like, maybe you're good against the main guy and you have your value. But if you're trying to slaughter a field of people, they're dead before they get to you. The elf did it with their unlimited range weapons.
I almost came down the other side. Like, I hope it's not 100% range. Like, part of the fun of the Vermintide game was like, getting in the thick of it and there's 1,000 rats and you're kind of like panicking a little bit, and then you survive and you do your blocks right. Like, I don't want it to be. I'll play whatever the most like close-up character is. I saw that one of the characters has like I think it's the big tank character has a chainsaw, and so that could be cool. Like 40,000 years from now, the most prime combat weapon chainsaw.
My hope is that. My hope is that there's more than one range character, so that like one guy doesn't get to be the range and everyone else just jerks off and watches them.
But like at the end of the day, why is it like about you like performing better than your teammates, or is it about
you work together? You work together.
Well, so I think he's asking what my motivation is. Why is
Woody so mad that someone has a higher score than if it's a team thing?
Because I feel like I don't get to play. Like if I'm here with my here comes 600 people, watch me get them, and then I don't actually get. I get 3 of them. Everyone else died before they got to me.
You got to be there though, right? You got to.
Well, someone else has a range weapon. It's pretty difficult for me to be there because they're killing them at the edge of the screen, and I'm like, where's my chance?
That is true. Like, but that's almost like the consequence of like getting too high of a level, because like no matter how high your level is, if you're an in-your-face aggro character, you still have to get to them. Like to do anything and use your hyper powerful flail or whatever it is. Whereas Kyle, because he was entirely ranged with his elf character, when he leveled up all the way, then it meant like, before any, like, I think what you're saying is like before you could use your ultimate warrior slash, he would use his thing and like slice him down. It's like, well, I kind of wanted to use my cool special, but his cool special is happening from 200 yards away.
Yeah. Yeah, and that to me, like, so now I'm not saying his character is perfect in every way. If I recall correctly, she could barely take a hit. You know, she was fast, had a ranged weapon, but low hit points. Basically.
And you can't repeat character selection, right? If I remember,
True.
You have to choose.
Yep. True. Yeah, there's only one.
I think that's what got me was I played the game and I had a character, and my friend also played the game, and then we met up and we both had that character.
Oh.
And we were like, "Oh, see you in a bit," and like played with other people, but it never lasted as long for us there. But none of you guys have an Oculus?
No. Does Kyle have one? Kyle has some kind of VR thing from years ago.
You're right.
It's definitely not.
I have a VR. I have an Index, and it's great. It's so good. It's like superior in every way. But the Quest is wireless, and it's the best. It's like you could even sit down and like just do this with your hands, and now it's tracking your hands instead of using the controller. And it's That's wireless. Cool. You could use it to your phone and like use it wherever. I have so many friends that like got it, and over pandemic it saved me. Like we hung out in Big Screen, which is just like a movie theater, and someone can like stream movies for everyone else to watch, like you know, no delay. And so like you're in a theater. We were watching movies in theaters the whole time, and there's like a battle royale game called Population One, and there's a Left 4 Dead style game called After the Fall. But you know, you guys were all roughly the same age. Like, you know, when I got a PS5, I was like, okay, it's better than my PS4 Pro, but I heard that they're releasing a PS5 Pro next year. So now my PS5 just feels like a PS4 Pro. Yeah. It like wasn't that leap forward in gaming that we're used to. And the PS5 Pro is going to be like a PS4 Pro. But when you get the Oculus and you put that on and you experience some of these VR games, you're like, this is that leap in gaming that was like Super Nintendo to Nintendo 64. This is that leap where it was like, yeah.
So I've seen a handful.
Don't pause me, by the way. You just shush me. I respond much better to a shush.
Well played, Harley. Oh no! People are gonna think I did that. I don't even have that power. but
uncalled for, Woody.
The fuck, man.
That was a good moment. I think Zach did that. So I've seen a handful of people get VR goggles or whatever and love them. And then, you know, 4 weeks later, 6 weeks later, they kind of moved on. And Kyle's raising hand, but he's one of like 4 people I can think of.
No, me too.
How long have you had yours? Yeah, okay.
I got the Valve Index like during pandemic. I sat down, I played Half-Life Alyx. It was sick. I played Boneworks. It was sick. A lot of my problems was I got nauseous. I had to get VR legs. So I learned a lot of tricks to get good at VR, like putting a fan in front of you and like having a different carpet on your feet so you know where you're at. A lot of things that trick your body into making you feel better. I know which games don't work for me. Things that move my head without me moving my head are big no-nos.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And I like games like that. And then I played like No Man's Sky, and No Man's Sky was like low-key one of the sickest VR games. I wasn't expecting, like, just going around the planet and like scanning things and doing it yourself. And then I would walk over to my ship and climb up, and then I would sit down in my chair, which is right next to me, whenever I was sitting in the ship, and it was cool and immersive. And then I totally stopped. And then I got an Oculus because my friends were on Big Screen a lot, and it was just easier to lie in bed and use it. And I got Beat Saber again, and I got a bunch of games. I played them again on Oculus. And now, like, I wish more games came out more often. But if you got a VR now, an Oculus, which is very cheap, and you got the lower model because you don't even need the higher model, it's definitely not even close to as good as the Index or whatever. But it's good enough to experience like the games and stuff like that. And there's a lot of games for you now. Like, go there's like a boxing game, there's like combat games, there's like a lot of free games, a lot of free experiences. But I really, really enjoy the Oculus. I use it every single week. like once a week. You know, I don't use it like my PlayStation, but you know, like it's like I think any one of you guys would enjoy it. I think, but yeah, like Kyle's not wrong. I dipped off my VR for like 2 months and waited for a game to come out. Like waited for games because there's not enough people doing the right moves in VR yet. But if you haven't touched VR in the last like 3 years, you have quite a bit to appease you.
I'd say what I want right now. Before I do that though, like I want to be able to go buy like the current GPU for less than like $1,000. Like, is that ever gonna fucking happen again? Like I don't know why.
Still like $3,000 or something ridiculous.
Well, I mean, if you had to buy one off eBay, who knows? But like, I don't even know what's current anymore. It seems. I mean, they've never been able to fulfill orders. Like, it's been like years since you could actually get a card, but they keep making new cards. Like, isn't that infuriating?
It's very weird. I think computers are in a very weird place right now.
Like you're gonna make like a 4080, and I couldn't get like a 3080, like much less a 3080 Ti or a 3080 fancy edition. I've still got a 2080 Ti because like every time they make a new one, I'm like, oh, can I get one? And they're like, oh, you wish. You want to go? We're gonna go raid a Best Buy tonight. You got a mask?
People would love that 2080 Ti. People would love to have that.
Really? Why?
It's just gonna run. It's gonna run anything. It'll run whatever you want. You know. So I know Kyle's an extreme guy, but like you still like you can run anything you want. Like right?
It runs Tarkov
maybe not.
Fine. It runs Tarkov fine in 2K, so it's not a huge deal. But I would like to have like a modern one so that like if I want to stream, it's not a burden. If I want to go like max out a VR headset, like what I don't want to do. We're talking about VR. I have no interest in getting a VR system that I can like run at like 70% capacity, maybe. Like if I'm going to get one, I want to see what it can do. I want to max. I want the weak link to be the piece of hardware that I'm adding.
Unfortunately, it'll be the software. I think it doesn't look like a lot of people are doing that high fidelity.
Oh, but that'll get caught up
right now. Yeah,
that doesn't scare me though. Like that's the best case scenario.
When does the 4080 come out roughly? Because I feel like we've been on 3080 for a long time.
I give up. I don't even look anymore. Like all I know is like I guess buy a pre-built one, but like the last 2 pre-built ones I've gotten have like those little bugs, like certain USB things don't work. Like that mic hiss I used to have was because I was using any USB plug on the front of my PC, so I just can't use those if I'm going to use this mic and have it recorded. You know, little annoying things like that.
You know what I want in terms of like just computer things to exist is I want a large monitor. Like I want like a 65-inch, like 144 G-Sync monitor that, you know, just like I want something as big as my TV at home. You know, I have like a 75-inch and like I want it to be like that. And I want it to be 144 frames. And like whenever I hook my computer up to it, it's never like as good. Like the TVs aren't monitors. They can't figure it out. And the biggest monitors are these days. I think they go up to like maybe 40 inches, you know, but I want to have like a good like 144 hertz, like G-Sync or FreeSync. Like my TV does some version of FreeSync with like my consoles, but it's not the same. And my consoles are doing like 120 frames if it's like, you know, 900p or something like that, you know? But I would love a 70-inch or something like that monitor. So I could actually sit down away from it.
I looked up the 4,000. Oh, so Zach looked it up too. His source said the 4080 and 4090 NVIDIA cards come out in September. Mine said surely this year. So that's also September. Those are the 2 things I've seen. So this year, this fall, something like that. Which might mean the move, Kyle, is to wait for it. I don't know.
The move's always to wait, right? Like I don't remember the last.
Ever.
And look. The best part is there'll be a moment where it's like buy, and I won't be able to get one.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Kyle, they come out in September. Just get one in September. No. When they come out in September, that means you'll be able to get one in January.
Yeah, well, and by January,
from March.
And by January, I'll be like, oh, should I get that car? You're like, oh, you gotta wait in September.
Now the TIs are coming out.
Yeah. It's only 8 months away. It's really infuriating. I just want to play games good.
You want to play games ultra. You don't want to play games good.
You're absolutely ultra. Right. Yeah. Like and be able to multitask and like never worry about like, I don't know, anything redlining. It's so frustrating to have. It seems like the games just get more and more demanding as the PCs get more powerful. Everybody dogs on people that use their $3,000 PCs to play like a 10-year-old game, but it's like, those are the games we can run on ultra.
Yeah, I pretty happy. Maybe I should game again.
Well,
what would you play? Well, whenever Viletide or whatever it is comes out, like
oh yeah,
Darktide.
There's that. Darktide comes out. I'm psyched for that, and I feel like I missed a good amount of Escape from Tarkov. It wouldn't be a terrible time to play. I'll explain. My friends are probably super rich.
You want my account?
Right? I could just walk in and be rich. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, like, but I could also get carried. Like, I bet Larry the Strong might be, if he's playing I bet he'd carry me.
Let's give you my account, and then you can play with Larry, and he won't even have to like bring you any kits. I got like 30 million and like everything that there is to unlock. It's like max strength, max endurance.
Your spot is I think most people agree with you, which is to say, like, getting there was kind of the fun, and then once you've beaten the game, that's not with the part you enjoy. Most people agree that I like a beaten game. I enjoy it. Like, you know what? This is stress free. I can run anything I want. Sometimes I'm going to end the night rich. Sometimes I'm going to end the night not as rich. But you know, I can when I die and it doesn't hurt so goddamn much. Some people love the pain it brings them and the joy it brings them.
I've been there for a while. Like I'm done. I got a bunch of the tasks done too. I mean, you knock Cap out in probably a month.
maybe. I'm sure it's just the worst ones left.
Yeah, it's just the worst ones. I've done all the fetch quests.
What do you?
But I got all the cases.
You did the fetch quests?
I did most of the fetch quests. I don't mind that shit. It's the shooter born in heaven and stuff like that. But I've got like the Bitcoin farm and all that shit done. I just lost interest, got burnt out, and you know what? Like, I'm such a I can't wrap my head around not being greedy in that game. Like, even when I've got 30 or 40 million, I still get upset if I lose like a good kit. Like, I don't want to play with my best kit when I'm playing solo. And the reason is I don't want them to get my stuff. It's not about me losing the stuff. Don't misunderstand. Because if you wanted it, I'd give it to you, and I'd love to give it to you. It'd make me feel good to give it to you. I want that. But for them to take it from me, that is upsetting. They don't know that I don't mind. They don't know.
Baggage.
They think
this is baggage I want to unpack
from the internet. Was that the gun bitch? Yeah, you gatted loser. And then they send me like 8 X's or something.
I watched a movie. I wish I knew the name, but there's 2 tough guy gangsters. One of them's played by Dennis Leary, and he's talking to the other tough guy gangster. Dennis Leary is in the other guy's territory. And the guy's like, I'm going to take your wallet. And he's like, look, I'll give you my wallet, but you will not take it. And it's like, oh, I see what he's doing here. He's like, you can have my wallet. I'll give it to you. But if you think you're taking it, that's a different thing. And it's what Kyle said. Like, I don't know. The idea that you're winning, that's what I don't like. You know,
that's baggage I want to unpack next time.
On Kyle, me, I don't care.
No, on Kyle, I want to know why it's all about them not having it more than anything else.
Yeah,
who not having what?
Like, if you had the ability to burn your kit when you die, like if you could pay extra, so when you die, your kit burns.
Yeah, I do it 100%.
They don't get it.
Yeah. Oh, I do it 100% of the time. Like let's say like the things I lost cost 250,000 rubles, but for 500,000 rubles, I could like take it back or like make it vaporize. I do that.
Yeah, no, I like it better. You don't get it back. No one gets it.
I don't need it.
Like, here's the game mechanic, right? You know how before you go in, you buy insurance for like 13,000 rubles or whatever it is.
Yeah.
For 26,000 rubles, you buy self-destruct.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
What do you buy?
Like that.
Yeah, I would do that. I'm petty. I'm super petty in that game. You know, like I always have been. Like I'll hide all my boys' gear. Like they don't have to ask. Like I'll do petty shit to like the enemies. Like I'll always pull like little pieces off the sights and stuff that they won't notice when it comes back on insurance. Like anything I can do to be petty. Like I'll take like if I'll make sure that other players, like the rats that come behind me, will find the guy's gear and strip him bare. Like I'll like leave a trail of his gear out to the door or something. I'll be as petty as possible. I'm super shitty in that game.
Nothing's made me want to play it more than your description right now of how you do it.
It's
I just want to be a piece of shit out there.
The game provides with it's just like real life, right? So like if you think about it, it doesn't matter if fucking Muhammad Ali, fucking Bruce Lee, cocksucker, fucking Air Force captain comes in the door, Master Chief, whatever the fuck. If you're waiting there with a gigantic shotgun behind him, you're gonna win every single time. And so, like, you can do that to these tryhards that like take the game super duper seriously, and they will be so fucking upset. Like you can extract camp, you can hide where they have to go just to get out of the map with their hard won like loot. And you can just kill them there with like an overpowered gun and take their shit. It's a mean, shitty game.
Well, I know that Harley has to get to his parking
He's got
lot.
a kumite. Is it a kumite? Is that what it's called when you go out into the wilderness?
It sounds cool.
To do a martial arts tournament.
Would you refer to Sam Hyde as your Sifu the entire time? I think you should.
Not Sifu. That's a different
Sensei.
thing. Okay, that's a very different thing.
I'm pretty sure it's Sifu.
His waifu.
I thought Sifu is your teacher in Cantonese.
It's your teacher in Kung Fu, Sifu.
Oh, I didn't know
Well, then
that.
call him that.
Yeah, call him that.
Sifu Hyde. So
I feel
Harley?
like yeah.
Oh, I was saying I'm so excited to watch.
What are you going
fight.
to wear? What are you going to wear on? Well, you're about to leave here. Are you going to wear what you got on right now?
Karate pajamas.
So like I came here like only like in like, and this isn't me, I always wear jeans and shit or like pants with like buttons at the waist or some shit, but I'm only like athletic garb now. Like I will go to bed like in like with my shoes laced up, like, you know what I mean, like in gear that could work in a gym or work outside. And when I see him, I'm gonna give him a room key.
Perfect.
And I'm just gonna be like, yo, fuck my shit up, fam. Fuck my shit up.
Keep that camera rolling. This is going to be gold.
And I'm going to be like, also, Sam, I want to know, do you do coke? I'll let you guys know, but I'm going to ask him. I'm also going to be like, have you ever seen an episode of Epic Mealtime?
Yeah. Make that the first question you ask him, and if he says no, leave. That'd be a very Sam Hyde thing to do. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on. Enjoy your kumite tonight. I wish you much luck. Let me know what the fuck happens. I'm so interested.
Yes, please let us know.
Buy our Jizz supplement. It works. It really does. It's laughably large loads, as I like to say. And
I like it.
I like that.
Oh, and momenthouse.com/creator clash if people wanted to watch me box on a stream. And if you guys want to go, let me know. Send me a message.
We'll do. Yeah, check that out, guys.
All right. PKA 589.